My apologies about that, folks. I got caught up doing some logistical things. So sorry about that. That doesn't usually happen. I'm usually a little bit more better timed than that. Hello there, Fredster Boyle. Good to see you. So sorry about that. Welcome on in. Hopefully you're doing well in both body and in mind, and I hope you enjoy your stay. How have I been? Fine. How about yourself? While we're at this screen, I've got the bookkeeping thing to do, so greetings everybody, my name is Coin, and welcome back to another episode of The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom. You've been quite good? That's good. That's good. I'm glad to hear that. Today's dire times, it seems like fewer and fewer people say that. It's nice that people are continuing to function, you know. Such is life. Before we begin, I must thank my wonderful contributors for this month's cycle. So first, I would like to thank Michael DS and Kanan QXQ for their continued subscriptions. Please enjoy the benefits that come along with those subscription packages. I would also like to thank Mr. Rasby the Player for purchasing a Valkyrie tier subscription over at Coffee, or I should say a Valkyrie tier membership. While I don't have any patrons or one-off contributors at this time, I would like to thank people who have used either of these two platforms in the past. Anyone who subscribes or becomes a member on any of the platforms that have memberships on them, Twitch, Coffee, Patreon, if you want your guys' names on this, a membership or a one-off contribution is what one would do to get on it. And thank you very much for the follow as well. I do keep follows anonymous here on Twitch, mostly to, you know, keep the disruption low, to keep things quiet, chill, what have you. But there should have at least been text on the screen. Thank you so much, and please enjoy the free emotes that come along with the follow. By the way, for just before we, you know, transition screens here, I have been hard at work. I have put together a couple of emotes. Yes, let me see, where is the other one at? Having a hard time finding it. It must not be on this version of the Twitch chat, but I did put together this other one. Fredsterboy254 has demonstrated the other one that I've put together. Slowly, one by one, I am getting rid of the graphic design artist scam emotes, one at a time. But yeah, that is the... If you need to get my attention, emote, you know, feel free. Of course, being a first-time chatter also does that, or highlighting your message. But if you want to, like, really put some graphical oomph on what you gotta say, that I made that red lightning exclamation mark emote for just such a purpose. I hope that animated tornado looks good, or at least passable. Anyway... Enough of that. You guys didn't come to see... You know, a starting soon screen the entire time. You came to see this game. So, last time, and I also need to explain what I did off camera so that there is, like, no shenanigans, you know, people can't say, did you unlock something while we were away? No such thing. So, last time on Tears of the Kingdom, we basically got done with all of the Koroks in Sky that are in the Tabanthan region. We unlocked the
You shall tell me everything I want to know.
What's my favorite character? Oh, good question. And thank you for that reward redemption as well. My favorite character is probably Ivy Valentine from the Soul Calibur series. Just because I love her Machiavellian style, attitude, and the long sword. And no, I'm not. I don't like her because of her like breast size either. Before anyone gets any fun ideas about that, it literally is just her presentation and her sword. I love the sword. I love the sword a lot. A nice sword that can keep people at range, at bay, unless I want them to be close. Sign me right up. It's both a whip and a sword. How about you, Fredster Boy, Boy 254, if and you don't mind my asking? If you guys want to ask me more questions, or, you know, just have some fun with the redeems in the Twitch chat, there will be a nice little button you can press on the left-hand corner of the chat prompt. That's where you can find those. They are color-coded. Pink ones are just press it and make a sound. The black color codes are the native Twitch rewards, so those are everything that you can expect. Anything in purple is it makes a sound and it makes a sound and it has me do something, or, you know, in some cases it's just ask me a question, get an answer. Like exactly like what Fredster Boy did just now. It's quite hard. Take your time. I have plenty of favorite characters. I could have talked about Samus Aran. I could have talked about Jaina Proudmoore from World of Warcraft. I could have talked about... I don't know. I guess I could have talked about... Maybe... I'm starting to run low on my list of favorites. Maybe Archmage Khadgar. Also from World of Warcraft. I like him a lot. You get my point. I've got a few on rotation that I keep on hand. What else? What else do we do? We started going through and collecting all of the Koroks that are in the Tabanthan region. Along the way, we did find Impa after Kato, you know, kept leading us along right to her. And we got the Tear of the Dragon memory. The Tears of the Dragon are the memory mechanic for from Breath of the Wild made manifest here in Tears of the Kingdom. We will be trying to get those in order as much as I reasonably can anyway. So if you see me pass over a geoglyph, know that it's not because I don't want to get it. It's because it's out of order. I want to try to do things in as much of a curated order as I can. Fredster Boy says, ooh, yes, I love Samus, just because the suit colors and the way her suit works and dread that. Yeah, I get you. I don't know. I always have a thing for stoic, you know, Billy B.A. chicks, but that's just me. A lot of my favorite characters are women, in case the pattern wasn't obvious. It's not because they're women, it's because they're either written well, or there's like a significant backstory with them that I find empowering and inspiring, in a way that maybe a man written in the same role could not be. But that's just my opinion. What else do we do? I would say perhaps other than that, no, that's really about it. The geoglyphs, collecting the Koroks, going to the Serene Stable, taming wild animals. We brought back a stag and a horse, for the guy at the outskirts stable. Oh, and we gave away a horse at the new Serene Stable. We did all of that and a bit more. Today, my intention is to wrap up the rest of Tabantha, maybe quite possibly make our way out toward the bridge, and we might have this little section of Tabantha left to do. So the way that my little round trip works in Tears of the Kingdom is we will spend our time in Sky and on the surface first, so that we could collect all the Koroks, do all the surface things, or as many surface things as is possible. After that, we'll go through the depths, we'll find all the light routes, and we'll take a break as necessary to go through and explore all the caves. That's pretty much been my modus operandi for a few regions now, and nobody has complained. People have asked questions, but complain, no. And I'm pretty happy about that. That's all I can really ask, and I'm being quite honest. Trying to think if there's anything else, like bookkeeping I want to do. Yes. If you guys want to follow along, because this is a walkthrough Let's Play, even if it is also a first-time experience Let's Play, I have resources that are available to people if they want to follow along. Let me make sure that stuff is functional on Firebot. That appears to be the case. We're going to close the internet. Should be able to do this. If you see people that are unlabeled in here, it is because I multi-stream, and in an effort to keep Twitch's enforcement to a minimum, I have unlabeled all of our chatters. If Twitch ever changes their mind on this, or, rewrites the rule, then, I'll bring the labels back. But, I am multi-streaming to Twitch and to YouTube at the same time. So, just in case people are like, why can't I follow the conversation directly? That's why. Right. The resource. Almost forgot. For those of you on Twitch, if you want to type in !TOTK MAP, that I have a nice little object map that I've found that works wonders for this game. And I also have a similar one on YouTube as well. You just change out the exclamation marks for asterisks. My Discord server also has those commands listed and available in the commands channel. So if you join the server, you get some resources on top of, being able to share pictures and talk with each other and so on. So, I think we've stared long enough at a map screen, yeah? Let's mark down some Koroks, and let's get this show on the road, shall we? Again, we've spent 18 minutes of a recording session, or on a streaming session, I should say, just doing upkeep things. And I'll explain the one last upkeep thing that I'm doing, en route to a Korok seed. I'm gonna concentrate a second and just make sure that I'm marking these Koroks correctly, or as correctly as I can. I think it's this little object here. It's the way it looks on the map anyway. Then what the heck? Thunder Plateau, here we freaking come. What the heck is that? Well, that's certainly one way to label places that Koroks will be. Sure, game. This one is definitely somewhere over here. And last one is on top of the Dragon's Blood trees. We learned the names of these trees from Breath of the Wild. We saw them there when the plane was actually storming. Now, on camera or off camera, that's something else I should go over. I did get some weapons. I had to upgrade or replace old weapons with some new ones. I did farm up a little ore. I also farmed up a little bit of Zonai charges. And I also farmed up a small amount of crystallized charges, so at the end of stream, I'll if I'm capable of it, I will turn these things in and get a battery upgrade. But I did also find but not kill a fire whiz robe. I took its picture. That was the only other real major thing that happened. Give me 1 second, guys, because there is I'm pretty sure there's a thunderstorm outside, and my black lab is clawing at my door continuously. 1 second. Go see Mama. Sorry about that. Anyone have pets? If you're taking care of pets, you know, you gotta attend to their emotional needs, not just their physical ones. Gotta do that. And that means comforting them during a thunderstorm. My black lab she spooks real easy with thunderstorms or fireworks or loud noises. Like, they really get to her. So I had to go deal with that. Sorry. But I do find it nice that she actually, you know, wants security enough for me to come clawing on my door to find it. I do feel good in that sense. Is that wrong? I guess it's nice to feel wanted, even if it's by your pet animal, your animal pets, your animal family, your fur babies, your furry children. Note that I am talking about animals and not, furry people or furries, which is fine. People are allowed to be furry, to be a furry, but I guess I just don't have much comment on the furry community. Ever since I found a couple of furry VTubers I like, I've kind of like reassessed my stance, my previous stances regarding furries, and I've kind of mellowed out about it. So, hey there, 95 Pratham Batnagar. I hope I'm saying that correctly. I'm pretty sure I'm not. But good to see you. Welcome on in. Hopefully you're well in both health and spirit. And at least one of the two, if not both. And I hope you enjoy your stay. You say love is pure with pet animals. Yeah, I find that with animal pets, the love is mostly unconditional. And dare I say, I'm pretty sure there's like an ascension puzzle down somewhere around here. We're gonna find it. That would just make the most sense given where we are. How do I word this? Or how do I word this next thing I'm gonna say? There's research that shows that if people are depressed, you should let them try to take care of a pet. Give them a couple of months with it. Just see how they do. And it won't make the depression, like, go away or anything, but it is a nice coping mechanism. The animal power, and specifically the power of affection, is something that is hard to like describe. Okay, so it's like it's a rock. I definitely did not. I went too far down. Where's this? It's like north of here. All right. We're better off going to sky and flying toward that then. Yeah, and love from animals is some of the most genuine. I really stand by what Steve Irwin says before he died. Before, you know, a stingray pierced his heart and he was just like that, he was gone. Animals or humans are the most dangerous animal on Earth. Humans will befriend you first, and then they might stab you. At least you can guess why an animal might do it. Either you're in its territory, it's hungry, it's rabid or feral. The reasons are fairly basic. Sometimes it's more complicated, but the reasons for the most part tend to be of a basic logical sort. Humans are the only ones that kill for entirely illogical reasons. Like, purely irrational reasons. That doesn't mean that the same rules don't also apply to humans. It's that there are more rules that apply to humans as opposed to less. And this is coming from someone who does genuinely love his fellow man, and I'm a humanitarian. I like to think, at least I'd like to think that I'm one. You know, I care enough about my fellow human being that I don't care what nationality they are. I don't care what skin color they are. I don't care if they're a blue-collar worker or a white, they hold a white-collar job or homeless. I don't care if they're disabled or they're the spitting perfect definition of health. I want to see people thrive and do well. And it sucks when governments around the world or, you know, corrupt powers that be attempt to take away people's well-being and happiness. I hate that. I hate it a lot. There's a song by Sam Sparrow, aka I believe his name is Samuel Folson. He's like a new disco slash hip hop artist or an R&B artist. He's one of the few I listen to. He has this song called Happiness, and I always get a smile out of it whenever I listen to it. I like it that much. And I'm not someone that generally enjoys hip hop or R&B or I enjoy some new disco, but it kind of depends. It's not that, it's not a song about, like, the quintessential quest for happiness, but just that everyone is meant to have some. That's more or less, like, the real sort of bottom line with that, and I admire that for the song. It's also really upbeat and has a lot of pianos, so it's nice when a new disco artist, that's NU-disco, by the way, you know, doesn't just use the same ambient tracks over and over again with their art. It's nice when there's some variants or, dare I say, some actual non-synthetic instruments. I love synthwave. I love synthetic music, but oh, it's nice to hear a violin. It's nice to hear drums or a guitar. It's nice to hear real instruments being played sometimes. And this is coming from someone who used to like classical, like unironically as like his favorite genre of music when he was a small, you know, post-Tiger Scout boy. Sorry, I'm waxing on about things that people probably don't care about, and that, I guess that's fine. But that gives me an opportunity to ask questions. If anyone feels up to answering, since I've bared my soul a bit. You know, what sorts of music do you like? What sorts of things do you enjoy? There's really not a wrong way to enjoy life unless that enjoyment comes in the form of, you know, serialized killing or something. Okay, maybe it's not as simple as I thought it was. All right, let me try looking at this a different way. And I'm willing to bet if I can figure out... Okay, you can't climb metal blocks. Good to know. But it does go there. Okay, so let's find a configuration. Probably something like that. Sometimes I just need to see... I need a good bird's eye view for... like where exactly to put blocks or fit things sometimes. Also, can I just point out that we are almost 20%... that's not the correct thing I'm looking for. Just fix that. I do have a counter underneath my screen, or underneath my webcam. It'll play it. It'll have a nice noise if we hit 1,000 Koroks, because yes, there are 1,000 of these. Fun fact: there are only 900 locations. You know, they kept it the same as Breath of the Wild, but 800 of them are now single Koroks, like the one we just grabbed, and there are 100 pairs. No, there are 50 pairs of Koroks, excuse me, because each one gives 2 seeds, so... I guess we could take a break and do a shrine. This is a full completion experience. We will be going for as much of the game as possible, all shrines, the secret ending, or the secret scenes after the ending, seeing all the weapons and armor, you know, filling up the compendium, seeing as much dialogue as humanly possible, you know, just soaking in from the tips of the sky to the lowest depths of Hyrule and all of Hylia's creation. Like, just soaking in as much of that as possible. Because I think the devs really did outdo themselves with Tears of the Kingdom. Even though I think Breath of the Wild is more of it is the cult classic between the two. Like, it's the modern day must-play experience. Tears of the Kingdom is not that far off from being another cult classic. Like, aka a must-play experience. And I guess here's another thing I could ask. Is there a game that you guys think is a must-play experience? Of course, this leaves the realm of objectivity. Actually, that's not true, because, you know, I left the realm of objectivity just by saying that I think Breath of the Wild is a cult classic experience. But nonetheless, is there something that you guys would consider as being a classic, a must-play experience? All right, what was the name of this? Built to Carry. Okay, so... Interesting. So I guess what we need to do then... So we need to find ways to, like, build various, like, raft-like objects. Let's see, about how long is this even? Yeah, so the issue is that we need... There are these, like, metal rods. I'm wondering if there are, like, hooks. Let's see if there are some hooks down here. Huh. And we're not allowed to auto-build either. Interesting. But we do have to, like, go all the way around. Alright. So from what I can tell, we can at least put the ball on the track and it'll roll here, and then we have to, like... We'll have to figure out how else to carry it the rest of the way down. Let's see if my intuition is right. Yeah, it sure is. Yeah, okay, so what we need to do is we need to, like... make, like, a sort of, platform for this to sit on so that the ball stays nice and secure. Let's see if, like, a simple square will work. I don't think so. I think the ball's gonna roll right out, but we're gonna try. The only way this works is if it's here. Ah, I see. Okay, so yeah, that doesn't even work in the first place. Oh. Hang on. Hang on. This might take me a second to figure out. What was the longest amount of time you guys have spent on a puzzle? I would say maybe like that. No, that's gonna stick a little bit too far out. Nah, it's still snapping. Alright. Give me 1 second, guys. I hear the scratching again. Midnight, are you coming in here? Come on, Midnight. Sorry about that, folks. Had to go, you know, take care of the dog again. Yeah, that should just be... Oh, but now we have a new problem. Yeah, this has gotta hold the ball like so. Yeah, it's gotta do that. And it's gotta be tight enough around... Let's see, I don't think this is gonna hold it. Oh, that is because it's not attached at the correct point. Yeah, absolutely not. Okay. So I'm not thinking about this the right way. This track is like too wide for the ball. Like, it's too wide. If I don't... Let me try a construction that does not attempt to... Maybe something... I wish it would orient correctly, but... Maybe something like this. Nah, that's not gonna work. I was gonna make like a lattice type shape. All right, let me try maybe something like this. No, the issue is I don't have enough. I don't have enough. I need to figure out... I need to not fall into voids. I'm not thinking about it right, is what I'm doing. I'm missing something, and it's big. These... Okay. I don't think I can do it with just 4 logs. Okay. Or 4 pillars, I should say. Yeah, and... Yeah, and you're not gluing that onto those. Though I do wonder if this would help. So maybe something... Just gotta find a way to, like, fasten the ends. It would be nice if I, could do this. Yeah, I think I got the basic premise correct. We just need to get the shape in the right spot. And the anchor points have to be correct. Actually, this probably does not help. This does not help, like at all. We need to... Okay, so I think this has to be... We have to make a cradle. Like, that is the only thing that works. We need to make a cradle, and I need to sit this ball on top... Wait, I could just attach the thing. I'm an idiot. We could literally just attach this there, and we just have to make sure that the ball is, like, anchored correctly. Oh, no. Actually, you know what? You probably don't even need all this. I literally think all you have to do is just take one of these pillars, staple the ball onto it. Just gotta make sure it's right. It's probably better if we anchor like a anchor this onto it like so, and then just, yeah, do this. Oh, well, we do probably need to make sure that... Okay, maybe it's not that simple. Maybe a simple eye shape will ensure that the thing can actually glide. And that means this has got to come off so that this can be put on. And then we stick this thing to it. And then we take this thing and we put it onto the track. I said we take this thing and we put it onto the track. Okay, that's step number 1. I'm sorry, it took me entirely too long to figure that out. Let's see, we now probably need... Yeah, now we gotta, like, make some sort of cradle attachment. Oh, yeah, there's no way in hell that's stable. Yeah, probably, yeah, it has to be like that. And then glue it on. It's gotta be a little more on center than that. Why it wants to do this. The snaps are sometimes so precise that they're actually not precise whatsoever. I guess what I mean to say there is that it's just very finicky. Okay, that'll work. And then we literally just need one. We literally just need another one of these. Oh, you can... These are literally, like, just pre-snap files? Alright. Oh, thank you, KumaBot Defender. I do have, you know, anti-spam bot technology. Okay, and then we just flip this here, we put it onto the rail, like so. And then we can easily remove these off. Easy treasure chest. Now, are we gonna get to keep what we find? A mighty construct bow. Well, might be time to get rid of the soldier bow. That's fine. I'm sure, Soldier Boy would really appreciate that. Having a bow to call his own. I'm jesting, by the way. Alright, so we have a bunch of L frames and C frames that we've made. Can we do something with them? We also took 3 pillars over with us. So maybe... It seems like you should just be able to slide the eye-shaped frame onto that. Wait, why do you even need to do that? That's so complicated. I guess you need something to, like, anchor it on. Well... Yeah, I thought that would probably happen. Now we gotta go back and get those pillars. Assuming they didn't wink out into the void. Wow, 20 minutes for a shrine, huh? Today's gonna go real great. Okay, this was just the holding platform, so our pillars should be back here. Yeah. Three. And then... Alright, well, at least now we can do that. Let's just let those fall. Alright, now slide those over like so. Hey there, 1A. Welcome on in. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well in both body and mind, and hope you enjoy your stay. You've come in just in time. Oh no, yeah, that happens. Gotta create like an eye frame here, something that'll fasten onto this. But yeah, I hope you enjoy your stay, and I'm glad to hear that you're doing well. Truthfully, it's not an easy thing to it's not a thing I hear often these days. What game is this? This is Tears of the Kingdom. Yeah, like I was just about to explain, you've come in at a good time. We are in the midst of solving a shrine puzzle so that we can get a light blessing and get out of here. But yeah, this is Tears of the Kingdom. It's an action-adventure platformer type game with like a huge story. That's kind of like the big thing about it, is that it's got a huge story. It is not the last one in the Switch lineup, but it is the last of the Breath of the Wild style games with like huge sprawling open worlds and like a rich story. If you like building things, or you like being creative, and you like building machines and really gnarly contraptions, then this is the game for you. If you want something a bit more confined, with simpler mechanics and less creative solutions, definitely Breath of the Wild might be more your speed then. Both are great games, though. All right, let's figure out how we're gonna do this. So let's stand this pillar all on its own. Let's do the same thing here. And we're going to take these frames. We got to make like a lattice or a frame for the ball to sit in, so that we can, we also have to make a hook-like structure so that the ball, so that this little contraption does not, in fact, just go any which way. Are there many people watching, or are you the only one? I don't know, 1A, and I couldn't tell you. There aren't easy ways for me to do that on YouTube, and I don't particularly want to. But there are definitely people on Twitch too. Like, we are multi-streaming, so we have 2 platforms. And you're not being mean. I don't think you're asking that question out of, meanness or whatever. I think you're just curious, which is totally fair. It's just not a streamer-friendly or a content creator-friendly question. Okay. There's gotta be... That I'm overthinking it, because there's no way this little frame is making it to the shop. Absolutely not. Also, this is just straight up attached wrong. in the distance, my senators and inductees. That
it wants
is
to
an ad
do
storm.
this.
In about 5 minutes, it'll blow over us, and then we can get right back to the game.
Yeah, we need to think simpler. So, that, my fine friends, will be the cue to start chilling. I'm gonna keep things light in the first hour. First, I want to thank everybody for hanging out with me up to this point. I really greatly appreciate it. You guys have been awesome. If you guys like the content and hadn't considered doing so, please subscribe on YouTube or follow on Twitch. Those are free, easy methods to help the channel grow. You know, tell your friends, tell your coworkers, tell your family members, you know, share this with people. Okay, I think what we gotta do is something like this. And I also have a Discord, so if you guys want to join that and, you know, keep up to date with... Yes, this is just catty corner. The Discord will also help ensure... why is my activity feed acting weird? I definitely should have seen that. Stream Elements likes to do weird things with, like, the UI. But thank you so much for the subscription, 1A. Thank you very, very much. Let me put it like this. Okay, now, no, these still aren't attached right. I gotta break up this frame so I can fix it. Oh, no, this is just... That's how this frame... It's already like this. Yeah, okay. So that doesn't work. That's fine, though. We'll make it work. Maybe something more like this, then. Now, that was the warning for the advertisements. I do run advertisements on Twitch. That's like a commercial break. There'll be a timer on the screen when that happens. It's based on the real world clock, so I do it at the top of every hour. And it's mostly because Twitch is an advertising hellscape. And if I don't run ads, you know, Twitch will run them whenever it feels like. So this is my way of controlling that. But I definitely recommend... or, you know, talking to someone for a few minutes, and then, you know, it'll be done and dusted before you know it. Okay, so we have some panels here. I'm trying to think of how we might want to do that. Maybe just something like this. We just want to make sure that the natural direction the ball wants to fall is covered. And that probably means doing things like this. Maybe if... Oh, yeah, no, I know exactly what we're doing. Okay. What we want to do is something like this. Exactly like that. And then we can use some of these pillars to ensure that the ball isn't going anywhere. Hey there, Tiki, for you. Welcome on in. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well in both body and mind, and I hope you enjoy your stay. You've come in just in time. We're about to make a really crazy contraption to have a ball go down a track. And a commercial break will be happening, like, real soon on top of that. All right, I'm gonna have to, like... Let's get the ball in here, because I don't think it'll be moving at this point. Okay, let's flip this back over. But once 2 p.m. strikes, that'll be a commercial break. Speaking of which...
I'll see you guys in a few minutes. Thanks. Okay, I believe we are back. Sorry about that, folks. There's like a 4-second desync between the Twitch ad, like, it's like an internal communication delay between Firebot and Twitch, so the timer's a little bit off. It always does this, where I'll set it up to sync something to an ad timer going out, and it doesn't want to work, or it always ends up becoming desynced after a while. I don't know what to do, kind of at my wit's end, if I'm being honest, but I think I know what's happening. I think there's intentionally a built-in delay because it forces you to use the ad manager for Twitch. It forces you to use their mechanism, because otherwise I don't think they would even bother setting things up this way. Now, I'm gonna proceed to... I am going to proceed to do things like this, but I am very, very perhaps keenly aware that we may want to... Yeah, actually, is that gonna work? Is that gonna work the way I think it will? Sure it will, if given the time. I haven't asked this yet, but for you guys on YouTube, because there hasn't been anyone on Twitch yet, what is your level of experience or, familiarity with Tears of the Kingdom? Is that a game you guys have
played with any recency, and if so, have you beaten it? Or just so I know what kind of experience we're looking at here. Any amount of experience is also perfectly valid. I'm just curious. I myself, this is a first-time playthrough for me. I am a Breath of the Wild veteran, however. I have played Breath of the Wild at one full time and probably about a half to 2/3 of another. So I'm familiar with like the basic movement of the game. I'm a little bit less familiar with how that translates here. Although we've had over a month now to kind of, you know, get settled into the game, and I'm liking what I pick up and play in Tears of the Kingdom. It's really just the same loops with extra mechanics. Tiki for You says, I've beaten the game and have started another playthrough. That is awesome. So is that like just an any percent completion, aka you've simply beaten the game? Or have you was that like a 100% playthrough in your previous playthrough of the game? I'm just curious more than anything. When we did the on-stream playthrough of Breath of the Wild around a month ago, I did come out with 99.42% completion in that game. I feel pretty happy about that. And honestly, I'm gonna count it as 100% because who knows what the last 0.58 could be. I think I can hazard a guess. I've probably missed a chest or something small along the way, and that's irksome. First was any percent. Second will be 100. Good luck. Good luck with the 100% playthrough then. At least you know what you're doing, right? At least you know what you're doing. You're not like figuring out what all the puzzles are or what all the different puzzle types will be beforehand. 1A asks, what is a game that I've always wanted? That I've always wanted? Hard to say, because up until the past 2 years, if there was a game I wanted, I usually just took out a bit of debt and I got it. A game that I've always wanted. I don't know. Maybe for me, it's more like what kind of game service I would want to keep up with. To actually answer your question before I just go off the rails and, you know, say something that actually doesn't answer your question. Metroid Prime 4. That's a game that I have been wanting for basically ever since the announcement plan. Yeah, actually, that's a pretty good one, because the announcement plans for that were like a whole decade ago, and now with the Switch 2 kind of being a thing, and the legal policies of Nintendo being what they are, I'm not sure. I don't feel right picking up Metroid Dread. Like, that is fast. Am I gonna be able to get there in time? Maybe. Think I got it. There we go. Yeah, like the whole Nintendo Switch bricking adventure is not really something I want to sign up for. $450 US and tax down the drain just to get a pre-bricked Switch, or to potentially get a pre-bricked Switch that's crazy. That's crazy. And the fact that the reports of bricked Switches have increased, like, basically ever since this policy happened, it only serves as an additional reason that even though I want Metroid Prime 4 badly, I'm never gonna go out of my way to get it. Nintendo Switch 2 is so expensive. You wonder why? I'm pretty sure that's supposed to be the Switch 2. I'll I think I've got a good reason for that. I'll explain in a second, because a lot of that will be based on Nintendo's own words. But your favorite is Cuphead? That is another one I've been wanting. And, you know, the Steam sale for that is going to be over soon. I'm pretty sure it's on sale right now. I should check and see how much it is. Because I am a, you know, prolific purveyor of Souls-like games. I've played Steel Rising, Lies of P, and I've played Elden Ring and Dark Souls. I have a long, storied history with Souls-like games on my channel. I love playing those. We're going back to the tower so that we can fly to the next Korok seed location. It'll just be easier for us to do this. Especially now that we have the glide armor, we can move pretty freely. Not exactly freely in the air, but one piece, you'd be amazed at what one piece of glide armor will let you do with this game. Now, as to actually answering the question of why the Switch 2 is so expensive, you check, they're like 20 bucks and some are 30. Hold on. When you say Nintendo 2, maybe I want to make sure I'm you know, not misinterpreting what you say. Do you mean the Nintendo Switch 2 1A, or do you mean a different console? Because if you're saying 20 or 30, that makes me think like a, I don't know, like a remanufactured Super Nintendo Entertainment System or something, like a remanufactured SNES console, which may or may not go for that price. But if you are talking about the Switch 2, there are two main reasons why I think it's expensive. They have to do with China and the US. Let's start with the US because that is the simpler one that I think everybody will at least be willing to kind of agree on. My current sitting US president has decided that the way he wants to make money for the United States is through tariffs. Like universal tariffs, like everyone pays this price, period. There was a 10 to 25% reciprocal tariff, or like a baseline tariff, just period. Like, no questions asked tariff. And it's not going away for like the next 3.5 years. Guaranteed. So the Nintendo Switch the Nintendo Switch 2 was originally going to be around $300. Doug Bowser, aka the CEO for Nintendo of America, has basically said, oh, okay, thanks to these like tariffs, they're really going to eat into our profit margins. So we're going to, we are definitely going to have to increase the price. So the price became $450. Again, US dollar. It's probably different in different countries. But it's an effective 450 US dollars. That's reason number one. Do I think the tariffs did it alone? No, I don't. The other reason is China. Now, China does not have these sorts of tariffs in play. Like, America is the one that is being overtly aggressive about tariffs. What China has basically said is, okay, sonny boy, I see what you're trying to do. You're trying to make money. You're trying to strong-arm us into submission. We don't want that. And we know your industries depend on our rare earth minerals in order to make them work, in order for them to thrive. Because for the past 80 years, basically ever since World War II, America I'm gonna grab that before it flies away. This rare butterfly only shows itself when it rains. The organs in its body produce an insulating compound. When made into an elixir, it offers electrical resistance. As I was saying, I might as well get these now. We can take the photos a bit later. This rare dragonfly only appears in the rain. Its wings direct electricity away from its body, and then cook it for an electric resistance elixir. Makes sense. So basically, two superpowers, or one economic and one global superpower, are in an economic trade war in which the US has basically said, we're not being paid enough in relation to other countries. We're being taken advantage of. You know, I'm using my sitting president's words. I don't agree with them, but that is what he said. So I'm going to go by them. And China's like, this is extortion. So we're going to respond by making it so your factories can't work properly. Your cell phones, your smart watches, all that stuff. We're going to make sure you can't make any of it. So China has now taken to using its rare earth minerals, mainly like aluminum. That's a rare earth metal, or silver, as a economic cudgel. They are withholding minerals and they're controlling who can and can't have them. I don't blame the Chinese for doing this, because again, America's the bad guy in this scenario. We're the one that elected someone that basically does not understand how trade deficits work. He doesn't understand a thing. That's not gonna work. I just have to do this normally. So since he doesn't understand what a functioning economy looks like if it hit him, he has effectively caused the world to destabilize. He has caused China, indirectly perhaps, maybe China was always going to do that. I want to leave myself the possibility that China was just always going to be a bad actor, even if Trump hadn't showed up. But China has responded by doing a bit of extortion of its own. The French president, Emmanuel Macron, has basically called out this use of tariffs as like financial blackmail, which I happen to agree with. It's disgusting. So, to answer your question in as few words as possible, for the people in the back, trade war is why it's expensive. There are tariffs that are affecting the direct dollar value of the Switch 2 in specific. And you've got a country hell-bent on not being extorted. Am I looking at this right? It is a rock lift. It's like around here then? Ah, that'll be why. That's not gonna work. We just gotta let it wait until it's not raining anymore, and then we can do this. But yeah, there's a trade war. Now, does some part of me maybe think that, I don't know, Nintendo might just be a little responsible for controlling its reaction to the tariffs and restrictions on rare earth metals? Yeah, I do think that there's a good case to be made for that. I don't think Nintendo is blameless, but Nintendo also doesn't start trade wars. The thing it cares about are its patents more than anything. Let me go ahead and mark that Korok off my map here. Now we've got that last one way over there. I hate it. As a citizen of the United States, I just feel so bloody powerless right now. And to give you a sense of why I might feel that way, the Big Beautiful Bill Act just passed, and one of its provisions basically says if your name doesn't match your birth certificate, you don't get to vote. Which directly affects married women, because if their name doesn't match their maiden name, they aren't voting at all. Sounds insane, right? Definitely sounds insane, but that's what that means. Like, women can be affected. Just gonna go ahead and take care of Mr. Hinox, or yeah, Mr. Hinox over there. Bye, nice video, by the way. Thank you very much, Juan A. I appreciate your company. Oh, are you about to throw that at me? Too bad for you, Mr. Hinox. I am capable of cutting off your little attempt at that. But, yeah, I appreciate your company, Juan A. I hope to see you back sooner rather than later. But if not, you know, thank you. And rest well and be merry and all that fun stuff. I sincerely mean that. Okay, we're going to... I wonder if we can ascend through this. No, I think we just have to climb. That's fine. Oh, and there's a blood moon. There's a blood moon, everybody. Yay for blood moon. Which means that Hinox will come right back. But, you know, I'm someone who was born to a naturalized, you know, citizen. My great-grandmother on my mom's side she came over from Scotland. She was a naturalized citizen. My citizenship could be at risk now because of that. Awful. Absolutely bloody awful. That's a big part of what's fueling my powerlessness right now. And I hate it. I definitely get the feeling we're gonna need to, like, either make a device... Yeah, you know what? We probably could use a device to get up there. Let's do two things. We did get the Zonite helm, so we could definitely attach a rocket for a quick boost. Probably definitely not this. So what the heck is going on here?
When the glow of the...
Is it like at the base of the thing and I wasted a rocket for no good reason? Yeah, that's sure what it looks like, isn't it? Oh well, we do get to at least show off the moving lights. Hey there, bear type. Welcome on in. Good to see you, good sir. Hopefully you're doing well in both body and mind. Hope you enjoy your stay. Sorry you haven't been here in the past streams. That's fine, bear type. You're live right now, but hopefully can get to you after it. Good luck. Good luck, and I hope your stream goes well as well, good sir. Let us mark some Koroks. You're just taking a break, Smiley? But yeah, and likewise, bear type, have fun too. I hope the I think it's Mario Kart World or Super Mario Odyssey has been going well for you. I have seen notifications, so I know you've been doing that stuff. Okay, so let's find... Let's see, it's like this one here, probably. Here's where I'm hoping that maybe the game will give me some sort of... You just started Mario Odyssey with all moons? Yeah, that's awesome. I really have to, like, find some time to stop by the stream. It's just that everyone streams at such a inconsistent time, which is cool, you know. People should do what works for them. It's tough for me to support people when I'm, you know, I'm not as busy as maybe some other people, but the schedule just doesn't seem to line up. I think it's this one. I'll find a way to show my support. You've got my word on that. It's like right over here. I think that's where this is. And then we've got a couple more. One's like right over here. And then we've got two more. Most are near the bridge. Yeah, you know, but in the summer, you're either live at 1 to 5 p.m. your time or at night, which is now for you, not for you. That's fair. That's fair. Like I said, people got to do what works for them. You know, that's just the reality of content creation. You know, as much as people want to say networking is like important, and I do think it's important to do that, you only have but so much time in the day. And if you're streaming for YouTube or, you know, you got to make thumbnails every day, or you're doing long form content, it can be tough to find the time unless you're just literally sitting there in the background and doing that stuff. And even then, that could be tough. Because if I'm doing a recording, you know, I'm using my gaming computer for that. I can't just have someone in the background on mute. It messes up the recording. And in Twitch's case, you don't even get the view out of it. You have to quite literally have the video player playing. Now you can mute the tab that it's on, but that creates some complications. That creates quite a few complications. When you're doing a recording, because if you terminate the recording and you're not paying attention, you just put someone else's content in your video. That's very, very wrong. Aw, my friend and I got separated. My friend is sending up a smoke signal. I can't wait to catch up. I'm so tired, though. I can't move. All right, good sir. Let's see what we have access to. It looks like they want us to make a... They want us to make like a lattice of some sort. But there's a problem. Like, we don't have like a remote control or anything. I have no idea. Okay. me figure out how I need to do this. This is not a flat surface, like, in the slightest. Hello, Naragozali27, 100, good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well in both body and mind, and I hope you enjoy your stay. 195 Korok seeds, yes. We are 19.5% of the way there on Korok seeds, which is really nice. I was told there were 1,000. There are, in fact, 1,000 of them. It's thankfully, I'm glad that I know what I know about the Korok seeds, because oh boy, trying to I need to attach this on top like so. I'm glad there are only 900. There are still only 900 locations, and I do enjoy the fact that they're varied. But 900 different locations where one can be expected to get a Korok is just absolutely wild. Okay, I have not yet tested this. I should probably take the Korok off this until I know what's going on. Yeah, I thought that would happen. Okay, so that's not gonna work. We need to... We probably need to do this. What? Oh, it was just doing a weird behavior. Okay, got it. I don't think I see anything else. Okay, no, I need to leave that. I need to leave that running. Okay, Mr. Korok, be ready for a bumpy landing. All right. Thank goodness. Make that 0.2% closer to 100%, eh? Thankfully, we didn't have to build any, like, weird devices, or I didn't have to pull out a Zonai device. That's nice. I like when they do that. Alright, let's keep things moving. And let's also maybe put on a less expensive shield and a less expensive weapon. We should try to find a regular old weapon hanging around somewhere. Oh, I wonder if I could, like, attach a gemstone or something to this. Oh, and there's someone to go rescue. Cool, let's do that. Maybe we can attach that Bokoblin's weapon. That'll be enough of that. Thank you very much. Wrong tool. Okay, let's try that again. Stream died. May want to refresh. Okay, I've at least put that bolo out there. I water and collect water. God, give me a pronunciation guide, Nintendo. Am wandering all throughout Hyrule collecting bugs. Are you perhaps also a fan of insects? Honestly, how could you not be? From their beautiful wings to their tough exoskeletons. What perfect creatures. Oh, as a gift for a fellow traveler, let me share my knowledge of all things insecta. Hey there, Keegan Leonard. Welcome on in. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well in both body and mind, and hope you enjoy your stay. You've come in just in time. We found this interesting insect enthusiast out on the road while collecting Korok seeds, and we're taking a little bit of a breather from collecting said seeds. How are things on your little slice of Mother Earth, or terra firma as I like to call it? That's a sciencey name for bugs. Insecta? Yeah, I guess it kind of is, isn't it? I'm sure such wisdom will help you find all sorts of bugs on your journey. Okay, let's start with the basics. Oh, here we go. I'm sure you know that Hyrule has warm regions and cold regions, right? Well, just like most folks, our different buggy friends prefer different climates depending on their needs. So warm regions like Eldin are often home to summerwing butterflies and warm darners. Meanwhile, cold darners and winterwing butterflies prefer cold regions like Hebra. So you see, if you know what kind of bugs live where you're heading, it makes the journey that much more fun. Also, they make good elixirs for the regions in the opposite areas. And that's it for Dr. Waters' Insect Crash Course. I hope we meet again somewhere soon. Man, so many bots today. Nice, thank you. Now, Keegan Leonard, if you don't mind my asking, what is your level of experience with Tears of the Kingdom? Are you a new player? Are you a veteran, aka you've beaten the game once or twice? I get a lot of people who've beaten the game at least once. Or are you somewhere in between? Just curious. That's it. I don't get any cool reward for saving your life. Fine. Whatever, Mr. Water. I hope we don't see... No, I'm kidding. Our name is Link. We save people, and we get no reward for it. How would you like to drop that weapon you're carrying? Stop. Yeah. Okay, and was there a second Evermean? There sure is. Man, you guys don't waste any time, do you? All right. I think in the interest of... You know, I have yet to try this. I'm curious what happens when you fuse one of these. Sorry. That made me laugh way too much. Hey there, Don Yoshi. Welcome on in. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well in both body and mind, and I hope you enjoy your stay. Yeah, come in just in time. I just got done laughing at an amusing little thing about Lizalfo's tales. What is your level of experience with Tears of the Kingdom, if you don't mind my asking? New to the game, a veteran. I've had all sorts come in lately, and I'm always curious as to what my fellow gamers out there, what my fellow gamers out there have in terms of experience with the title on the screen. Oh, I was totally wanting that. It's fine. Pretty new to the game? Fair enough. Please tell me I've taken a picture of this. I have taken a picture. Good. Tiki for You says I have, that just faded. I've never fused a Lethal tail to a weapon before. That's hilarious. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure the behavior is different if you put like a horn or something on it. Or no, wait, that is the fuse part. If you like change it to like a one-handed or two-handed grip type weapon, but the spear is just hilarious. It's like it behaves kind of like an Urumi. At the end. For those that don't know what an Urumi is, it's quite literally, it is the quintessential sword whip. It's not a sword, it's not a whip with sword segments. It's a steel whip that you can just let fly. It's like a really long Garrett. It's got like this huge cutting edge on it. Like the whole thing cuts. It's pretty cool. It's a fantasy weapon to be sure. I'm pretty sure it's not real. But like Urumi are a pretty nice martial artsy sort of weapon. This game is also pretty new to me as well. Mr. Don Yoshi. I am a Breath of the Wild veteran. I don't ask people questions I don't answer myself. I don't think that's very fair. I am a Breath of the Wild veteran. I did get 99% completion, 99.42% completion in that game when it was streamed last. So I feel pretty good about saying I fully completed the game. Goodness knows where the last 0.58% of it is. So I'm not, like, unfamiliar with how the game engine works. I'm just a little more unfamiliar with what people might naturally do in tiers of the game in specific. That's my hang up, is just familiarity with the new game. It's kind of like there's a game franchise called Civilization, and like Civ 5 and Civ 6 will ask you, hey, what kind of tutorials do you want on? Are you new to the Civ experience as a whole, or are you only new to like Civ 6 or whatever? That's how I would describe my experience personally. And so far, Tears of the Kingdom has been pretty fun. Combat is just as good as it always has been. The story has been... What bits of it we've been able to experience are really cool. I like the memory mechanic that's in this game. Okay, we gotta actually make something to get up there. Sure. I see a pretty easy solution for this as well. Pretty easy. By and far, the biggest thing that, one does in this game is build devices. Build a lot of devices. Whether they're low-tech ones like this one, where you just literally make something that, has some supports, and you just ascend through the top like this. Sorry, didn't mean to cough in everyone's ear. I just couldn't reach the button in time. Or... you're building like actual flying ships with the auto build feature. Like, let me show you. You can actually build things like this. And in fact, you could do it at the cost of Zonite. A good stream regular, his name is Shiny, demonstrates or has made a pretty good analogy for this game, and that is the Zonite ore that you find is kind of like you're collecting 3D printer filaments. That's what you're mining in the game is filament rods. Oh boy, we're saving right now, and I'm going to press this nice button because we just have a Lionel there, and I'm not 100% sure I am gonna be able to be chatty with everyone while we're fighting, so I'm gonna just lock in. All right, Mr. Lionel, I'm approaching you fair and square. Okay, since we meet them much earlier, that's not as much damage as I would have thought. I better get a shield out. Some things never change. Ha! And even your horn attack is nothing to scoff at. It's impressive, my friend. But you know what else is impressive? I eat guys like you for breakfast. Wow. And it's just, these guys, I can't help but parry them. Now, the preferred tactic on these is to flurry rush, but I fought Lionels so many times that I have perfected the parrying procedure for these. Here we want to dodge because I'm using a lot of two-handed weapons now. Like this. Oh, okay. Careful. Might be time to pop one of these. The timing on the flurry rush is also just different, I've noticed. It's like way before now. Before it had to be pretty exact. Run. Wow, that's like a really early flurry rush window. That was really close. Okay. Start eating food. Good night, Mr. Lionel. Grab all of these nice, nice little bows here, and then our new item. A sturdy shield favored by Lynels for its defensive and offensive capabilities. First and foremost, a shield, but the bladed edges can deal slashing attacks when deflecting. Boy, is that a nice shield to have. Really good to have for Lynels. This one? Yeah. So I put a little overlay on the screen so that people know, hey, I'm not available right now. I'm locked in to the encounter, but give me a moment and I'll be right with you. And I feel pretty good about the somewhat not obnoxious way in which I've done it. We want to find a nice stick so that, you know, we can increase the durability of the decayed sword there. Ah, we are pulling a Korok. All right. Okay, so how do we want to do this? Well, maybe something like this ought to work. Okay. I gotta attach like a weight. We need to make this thing heavy. Let's see. Stationary lights. There is a thunderstorm in my area, so I'm not surprised that the stream is dying as often as it is. I have removed any of the... Why is OneDrive signing in multiple times? That's weird. Yeah, no wonder the network was basically timing out. Okay, just making sure nothing has changed before continuing onward. Yeah, I fought Lynels for breakfast. I ground and ground and ground Lynels until I couldn't grind them anymore. Doesn't matter what form of them there are either. I can parry any of them. Now, you know, maybe Tears of the Kingdom will show me a few things that I can't parry. Really about the only thing you can't parry is like the jumping attacks. Don't try to parry those. Just run. Or, you know, if they do like the stat plunge into the earth explosion attack, that's not gonna work. You know, you should run out of the way. But for the most part, even the like battering ram charges, you can actually parry those. It's the only creature I know how to parry, but I usually impress people when I parry a Lynel, and I like to think that that's a good thing. Because there's no shame in admitting that Lynels are a difficult foe to face. You hear that off in the distance, my senators and inductees? That is an ad storm. In about 5 minutes, it'll blow over us, and then we can get right back to the gaming. Thanks. That will be my cue to do the major shilling for today. So I've talked about the free, easy methods to help the channel grow. You know, following on Twitch or subscribing on YouTube. Following gets you free emotes, by the way. But if you feel like being financially helpful or beneficial in some way, of course, you guys being here is enough for me. I want you to know that. But if you do feel like, you know, financially contributing or being generous, I'm of course going to be very deeply appreciative of that. And I do have some ways in which, you know, I try my best to give back to you. For you guys on YouTube, I'm gonna recommend you look at the description. There's a link tree link in there, and you will find my Coffee and Patreon links in there. Please go check those out. You get most of the same benefits your Twitch peers do for just $1 a month. So if you got pocket change, you don't mind throwing my way. You know, I would be extremely grateful. And, you know, once I get back on my feet a little bit more, you know, you guys on Patreon and Coffee will have content to look forward to. It's just gonna take time. As for you guys on Twitch, we've got the baked in stuff. You got your bits, you got your subscriptions. You get to cut out the ads with a subscription and everything. But by and far, the best thing that I would recommend is a tier 1 subscription. There's also Patreon and Coffee available in the underneath the donation panel in the About Me section. But for $6 a month, you do get 5 more extra emotes. I just made another one. I made 2 emotes today. One should be a tornado and another... I'm clicking on the wrong chat here. Let me find it. There we go. I made this morning. I actually animated a tornado. I'm feeling pretty good about that. But I have plenty more. I have 4 more that are all animated. In addition to having some at the tier 2 slot or tier 1 slot that you get when you subscribe on Twitch. I do my best to like make sure. Also, I feel like I what did I press? I pressed 4, right? Okay, weird. Didn't press in or whatever. That's fine. So that was my little cue for the commercial break. We do run those at the top of every hour. They're 3 minutes long. There is a timer on the screen and everything. As soon as the timer is over, you know, I'm back at my desk and we're ready to move on with the stream. But that's my way of, protecting people from Twitch's pre-roll practices. So I highly encourage, going and, did I not? Oh, I haven't marked Koroks yet is what's happening. But I encourage people to get up and stretch and take a break for themselves so that there's no FOMO. Like, all my ad breaks are scripted for this exact reason. Because otherwise, streamers are basically kind of relying on FOMO in order to get you to pay for a subscription. And I don't want to do that. I think that's wrong. I get it. It's part of the landscape, but I think it's wrong. So I structure my ad breaks. They're the only time I take them, other than if I have to go to the bathroom or something. And then, well, what can I say? I don't want you guys to stare at at a game menu for like 5 minutes. I want to encourage people to get up and stretch for themselves. But that'll be about it. That's the ad break in a nutshell. And speaking of, I'll see you guys after said ad break. Sorry about that, everybody. As one last bit of a plug, and hopefully everybody got something they wanted out of the commercial break. Not ads. I hate them. But, you know, I hope everyone, you know, took a chance to stretch or, you know, do something they wanted to do during that time. But as one last bit of a shill, you may have noticed that on my starting soon screen or on my intermission screen, I have a little bit of a sub goal. Yeah, I'm trying to get another emote slot. So that, you know, I don't have to constantly replace emotes. I am at that point that I've got a couple more ideas. I have a couple more emotes that I can substitute out for. And you know, I'd like to say that, you know, outside of the calligraphy ink emotes, that would be the... Let me find the specific ones. Outside of Coin Stamp Hello, that would be the Thunder Hat. The Coin Stamp Storm, or the Tier 3 emote, and the Tier 2 Coin Stamp Emblem emote. Outside of those, you know, I have drawn most of the rest. With the exception of Coin Stamp Smile, Coin Stamp Love, and that would be the only two left over, actually. The rest have all been replaced. And I will replace Coin Stamp Love and Coin Stamp Smile eventually. Just gotta find something that fits. That isn't just a lightning bolt, but what if I colored it differently? Eh? Gotta figure out something else I can use there. But drawing those sorts of things or photoshopping those sorts of things takes time. But I am pretty happy in being able to say that I have, in fact, drawn all of the replacements. All of the replacement emotes. It's like over here somewhere. We're marking Korok seeds to go get right now. That's why we're doing things this way. We've got this one here, I think. Yep, here's one. There's another one. I'm willing to bet. Yeah, I thought so. So that one we're going to find a bit later. And the last one that we're going to grab in this set is over here. Basically around that spot. All right, let's keep going. Let's get out of here then. Let's get a move on. But yeah, I've been polishing up things on Twitch as best as I reasonably can. I like to think I'm doing a pretty good job. You know, everybody that I've flashed my emotes to seems to enjoy them. Or at least thinks they're a cool first step. I do want to make better versions of my emotes. I do want to make better versions of those things, but that takes even more time. Okay, so is this one of those we need to, like... Ah, no, it's literally just find the fairy light. Got it. Now we're working on 25%, eh? Maybe I should have more sound effects for the 25%. But also... No, don't do that. No, delete that. There. Perfect, nice, clean picture. Do we have a butterfly somewhere that we can view? No, but there are geese that are looking to make trouble, unfortunately. No, you guys don't get to do that. Nope. Get out of here. Yeah, fun little tip or trick you can use, and I have to thank Shiny for this one. If you see, stall enemies, you can use Dazzle Fruit and it'll knock them right out. You can absolutely knock them right the heck out with that. We're gonna just do that. Actually, I probably shouldn't do that. And I should put a horn on this. Yeah, let's do that. Let's put a horn on that. But yeah, that's a really cool tip. That has saved me so much weapon durability. It's not funny. And now, for those that are like, oh, that's neat, Coin, but do you have a spot that, you know, you can farm this Dazzle Fruit at? Yes, near the Genodok shrine with the light crystal that you have to go get and bring back to said shrine. There are Dazzle Fruit trees that are in this area. A lot of the islands outside of the Great Sky Island will have Dazzle Fruit on them. I highly recommend putting a small little farming route on one of these islands to get the Dazzle Fruit. It really does help. You may also find it out in the overworld, down on the surface. I have found some Dazzle Fruit at near the Dig Dog suspension bridge. You're more likely to find Splash Fruit while you're here. Let me make sure I've got that correct, and I'm not just, you know, spitballing nonsense. Yeah, Splash Fruit. I do have it right. If you need swim speed buffs, you can do that. By and far, the most of your time in like that should be spent farming should probably be spent here in the beginning, collecting bomb flowers and puff shrooms. Oh yeah, I can show you guys something else neat with the puff shrooms. It just takes me a little bit of time to show that off, but I will find a I will find a time to do that. We are going to, what do I want to put on this stick? A black moblin horn. Yay, now we've got a nice fancy high attack weapon. I've actually taken to spending some time farming froxes. Those are scary, really, really frightening enemies in the depths. I fought a white-blue frox pretty early on, and managed to get some horns. They adorn some of my sticks I'm carrying right now, and I'm very grateful for the opportunity to say that I now have early frox horns to use. They break rocks too. Pretty good stuff. Let's see. I believe I missed a chat message earlier. Tiki for You says, the black moblin horn looks like a pine cone? It does, yeah. It looks a bit like one. It looks, to me, it looks more like if you took the spines on a durian. If you took a durian fruit and you elongated it, and then took all the spines and, like, pulled them out, and it kind of looks like you know, a ferrofluid-like thing. But I totally get the pinecone bit, too. Gotcha, you silly little insect. I live in the deep rural south of the United States, so we are having flying bug problems like nobody would believe. And I just managed to crush one with my bare hands. Don't even think about it. You saw nothing. You saw nothing, good compeer. No! hey, you might want to think about not throwing barrels. That's why the sneak... everyone and their mom wants me dead. Stop it. Man, I need everyone to, like, chill the heck out with that. Wow. Yeah, talk about a wild encounter. Thank goodness that didn't turn out worse, huh? Now, what were you guys guarding? Couldn't have been anything too... Yeah, exactly. Nothing too important. Alright. Now, another trick I can show you that will save you guys some durability if you're having issues. As you guys see these crates all the time at, like, enemy grounds and stuff. What you want to do is just break them. You just take your Ultra Hand and you drop them. If you guys will recall, or maybe, you know, call back to Breath of the Wild, you would often use Magnesis to drop metal crates you were interested in breaking. Now you can do the same thing, but with literally any crate or barrel, not just the metal ones. Okay, can I get the entire campground to stop attacking me? Oh my god. Sorry, okay, I'm hyping up a reaction there, but, like, come on. It would be like if the Mojave campground, or whatever, in Fallout New Vegas, you know, sprung to life and the trailers, you know, literally grew legs to attack me. That's what that feels like. But yeah, just glue a bunch of objects and drop them at random. Or, you know, drop them at the height. Maybe even find a height discrepancy while being on higher ground like this. It doesn't always work, but, you know, you gotta be willing to accept some amount of inconsistency with the physics. That never mean to. Thank goodness that's not the case. Alright, one other trick, and you might have... I demonstrated it earlier while we were talking about, having the campgrounds come to life to attack me. So, courser beehives. The insects are susceptible to cold. You can literally take a sapphire rod. Those are the best ones. But any zonite-powered staff or stick will also work. And you can just create a magic sapphire rod, a frost rod. And you just puff a little frost at them, and they disperse. I believe the rods have a more powerful magical effect, like the actual real rods, which you can buy for 100 pos at any bargainer statue once you have them unlocked. Doesn't matter if it's the big bargainer statue or it's the smaller ones over here. You just pay 100 pos for a rod. You know, fuse a sapphire to the magic rod, and you've got yourself an instant... you have yourselves an instant way of getting courser bee honey without having to shoot the hive down and then, you know, use some weapon and, you know, kill the swarm of bees that'll come after you. It saves so much durability doing it this way. I suppose you could probably also throw ice fruit at it. That's something else that works. But by and far, my favorite method of attack for courser bee hives in Breath of the Wild was a blizzard rod, and that's been very, very helpful. We're gonna save again, because that is a battle talus. Make sure we've taken a picture of said battle talus. We have... Now, let's have some fun. Okay, we're gonna take out a rocket. Well, actually, no, we don't need to do that. Let's take out a spring. My rockets are a bit precious. Nice. One, two, three. Absolutely not. No, nice job. Absolutely no, no bokoblin archers allowed. Wow, this thing has gotten very good at predicting me. I'm gonna have to make more food. All right, you, get up here. I cannot catch a break today. This is why we saved, by the way. One neat trick you can do with battle taluses, or any talus for that matter, is you can use Ascend and literally go through their body. You can do that. Oh, recall the talus stones? Yeah, I should do that too. I just have to actually pay attention. But hey there, TotK Nut. Welcome on in. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well in both body and mind, and I hope you enjoy your stay. Oh, I need to be careful about that. All right. Since everyone keeps telling me I should do that, let's make sure I do that. Ah, there we go. We can literally just wait for them to do that. Love the content? Thank you, TotK Nut. I think I have a good idea what my answer to this question is. Dang it. I needed to just stay back. But what's your level of experience with TotK, if and you don't mind my asking? But, yeah. Hopefully you're well in body and mind, and I hope you enjoy your stay. Okay. There's gotta be... I would love to maybe climb through these, but... Or, you know, maybe climb over them, but, doing so is very annoying in wet weather. Alright. You're done and dusted. Thank you. 100% to the game? That is awesome. I've gotten a lot of people coming in that have 100%ed the game. That is awesome. I'm gonna fuse this before I forget. And then we're going to put on a wooden shield. Okay. Sweet. I'll take all the goodies that I can get. Currently on your third playthrough? That is awesome. I am new to Tears of the Kingdom. I say new, but we've been going at this for a month now. But I am a Breath of the Wild veteran, so I'm not new to the game engine as a whole or anything. I'm moreover just new-ish to Tears of the Kingdom specific gimmicks and puzzles and stuff. I've been enjoying my experience though. Tears of the Kingdom is a pretty good game. I was on the fence about it at first, mainly because I've heard a lot of other people, you know, talk about... Let me just grab one of these. I've heard a lot of other people talk about, you know, the video essays with said game. I'm gonna go ahead and do that. You know, why, like, basically excoriating Tears of the Kingdom. And when the opinions are as profound and all over the place as, oh, I know exactly where this goes. Game makes it so obvious it's not funny. Get that away from me, though. I do not want to be near that. Okay, now let's complete the puzzle. just gonna have to do it like this. Okay. Just like that. For those that want to follow along, since it has been the midway point, I figured I should, make sure everyone's aware of the fact that I am getting help with these Korok seeds because I cannot be arsed to go pick up 300 rocks. Just like in Breath of the Wild, I had the same procedure with that. There were like 300 rock puzzles, 300 Koroks I had to find just by finding a random object out in the environment. So I do have the object map that I've been using to help me find the Koroks. I don't look up what puzzle it is unless I'm having difficulty finding it or what have you. But mainly for like placement of Koroks, because otherwise, I don't even think I would have 10% of them right now. For those of you on YouTube, if you type in asterisk or star TotK map, it'll get you the object map. Mr. NK has been very nice in providing the object map for us to use. He provided the link to it back in Breath of the Wild, and the same people have made a Tears of the Kingdom version, so I've been using that one. You guys on Twitch, !TotK map gets you the same thing. I believe there is a timer on the YouTube side that is going out, that goes out every so often with the commands on them, including the way they're supposed to be typed and everything. Just omit any commas you might see, because those are meant to mark the list. They're not, man, can, like, everyone not... can all these ever means, like, stop doing that? Thanks. Much appreciated. TOTK Nut says, I use the one by Zelda maps. Completely fair. I did have a plain map that I used for Breath of the Wild. But I couldn't find the exact same map by... Well, okay, I did find it for Tears of the Kingdom. The issue is that it's been scrubbed. The issue is that you have to use a Wayback Machine to get access to it. And there were like 5 or 6 other maps that work for Tears of the Kingdom, but none of them give the detailed information that the object map does. This one not only spits out the coordinates, but if they're like flower trails or, targets or Korok friends, finding the friend that initiates the Korok pairs has been especially useful, because the object map does not list the friend, it lists where the destination is. So having the extra... Also, which order the pins again? I kind of went about this in the wrong order, but that's fine. Being able to see, oh, okay, the thing I've marked on my map, let's not do that yet. I did take a photo of these. Okay, good. I was a little concerned I maybe had forgotten about it, but taking a photo off screen is nice. That's good. But yeah, the map has been useful for finding the things that aren't depicted on the map. And again, I only crack it open. I only actually click on the object information on the object map when, ooh, please tell me Addison is not somewhere nearby. Ah, we were already here. This is a new one. All right, Mr. Addison. How do you need this propped up, buddy? Looks like maybe you just need... No, that's gonna fall over. I actually have something for this. TOTK Nut says, bye, am I streaming tomorrow? Yes, as far as I know, I do stream tomorrow. I stream every day of the week except on weekends. I take weekends off. 1 p.m. to 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Thank you so much for stopping by, TOTK Nut. Much appreciated. It was good to meet you. Good to see you. And rest well, my lovely senator. I hope to see you back sooner rather than later. And have a good rest of your day. May it be fruitful. All right, I have an auto build for this. Just need to find it. Let's see if this works. It should. I just need to manipulate the object. No problem. No problem at all. Ooh, except I don't know if that's gonna work. We're gonna try, because the anchoring's in the wrong spot. Nah, it's not correct. I have to do it differently. Alright, let's figure out what we did wrong. Oh, we need to, we need to take this and put it on the other side, I think. Do it like that. There, just like that. There, now it can't possibly go anywhere. And if it does, I'm gonna be hella upset. Yes, now secure him, you silly goose. Ah,
It's just asinine.
it could be worse. He does his best. The signs do get progressively worse, though. The more we head up toward the extremes, the worse the signs get. Which is hilarious, but also somewhat concerning. Oh, something I guess I could do if I wanted to is, you know, we have ourselves a little rudimentary go-kart. We could build one if I wanted to. I'm perfectly fine traveling on foot, but I know that that can miff people sometimes. So if people are like, hey, Coin, it would be, nice if you sped something up a little bit, feel free to say that. I'm more than happy to. That's why I farm extra zonite, and I don't just convert everything I have into, I don't just convert everything I have in. Let me not do it like this. I don't just convert all the zonite I have into crystallized charges, because otherwise I would absolutely do that. I have some in reserve in case we want to auto build something to speed things up. I'm really grateful for the auto build as well. It has been so useful. It has saved us a lot of trial and tribulation with Addison or with the bargainer statue in the plateau. It's saved us a lot of issues, a lot of time too, more importantly. Okay, so the fairy lights up here is what I'm understanding. It's nice that they put some signs out there now. It certainly makes things a tad bit easier. Wow, there are all kinds of patrol squads out right now. explore. Let's save. I think I can talk during these. Also, is that 205? It is 205. All right. Come on, boys. Time for you to meet your maker. One more time for everyone in the back. I have enough time for 3. Man, pathetic. I will take all of that and more. I do somewhat dislike the fact that it will prioritize pickpocketing over sneak striking, but I guess they just don't want you to pickpocket something that might... They don't want you to strike something that might explode. I think that's fair. It just sucks that if it's something like raw meat, it still gets prioritized. Okay, I'm willing to bet we can probably actually dive through this. And then we can rocket boost our way up to the top. Nice. I made an error there. Again. And then I guess we can climb the rest of the way up. Sure. It's okay, Link. Just take your time. Just breathe. Find the little folds in the dragon's blood tree there, and you will eventually climb your way to the top. Da-da-da-da. However that song from the Rocky Balboa track goes, or whatever. It's like a classic. I believe it's even trademarked. But companies buy out the contract to tracks like that all the time. No, I didn't know there was a bird up there until it was too late. I should have not moved. I'm such a dunderhead. Okay, I am going to delete this and put a... Let's put a thing up there so I know to come back to it. And maybe I should change it so I don't think it's a person. Yes, let's do it like that. Sure. Yeah, that kind of really stinks. I didn't even think about that. Oh, there's that bird though. Ooh, there are a whole bunch of them. Rainbow pigeon. Oh, it will quite literally let you take a picture of flocks of birds. That's nice. I was totally not expecting that. Okay, we can remove this. That's just a new bird. I've not seen that before. I'll shoot one later to see what happens. Maybe there's like a bird feather or something we get out of it. All right, Mr. Aracuda, I see you. Don't even think about it. No, no, you don't. Nice. And now we're going to attach a... Let's sort this by attack power. Oh, sure. Actually, you know what we probably should do is put down a spear. The spear I like the spears in Breath of the Wild, but you couldn't actually do much in terms of like preserving them. They were quite literally not the best weapons to use. Here, it's a lot more economic to use a spear. And I'm very, very thankful for that. Why are we allowed... What on earth? Why is this just random Zonai device here? Do I want to know? Yeah, it's just a random explosive device. Interesting. Maybe we could have timed it to explode if we had seen it from the backside. That's pretty cool. Ooh, now, here's another fun question. Is that a Yiga clan member? I guess we're gonna find out.
Yeah.
Hey, oh, hi, no, you're an actual NPC. Awesome. Busy day? You know, there used to be an awful, and I mean awful, thunderstorm raging throughout this whole area and never let up. Until recently it did, which is why I was able to come here.
Oh.
Now that it's safer, maybe I should climb a tall tree and scope things out. It's nice that we could just find travelers out here. Okay, but what's the deal with this, though? Where is this one precisely? Ah, it is another... Yeah, alright. I forgot. I forgore. It's supposed to be a friend. Alright, and depending on what is nearby, we may or may not get to whip out the go-kart. We'll have to see. Wait, what? Is that just a mighty banana sitting around? Un momento, per favore. Why are you saying that? Due to recent attack on folks who are distracted by dropped objects, be careful, pay attention to your surroundings, and don't go carelessly poking around suspicious objects. Poke around suspicious objects. The noble swordsman scrounging for scraps. You fell for the oldest trick in the book. Your life ends today. I think you have that backwards, Mr. Yiga clan member. Yeah, you have that backwards, good sir. It'll be your life that is ending today. Man, talk about a shocking turn of events. Ah, I bet he was nonplussed to realize that he was losing that particular encounter. One, two, three. Good, I need to farm up some Keese eyeballs anyway. They're like my best friends. The Keese eyeballs, when it comes to fighting Froxes. Because hitting the eyeball on a Frox is really hard. Their eye is like moving all the time. No thank you. Disappear. Oh, wait, hold on. Where is it? I have it. It's right here.
Disappear, you ungodly cur.
I do love my soundboard. I'm happy I made one. Even if it does take me a second to fire it up, I at least have it. I don't have a stream deck or anything, so... It's nice when, you know, it's good to be able to have these things for later. Hey there, Mr. Shiny. Welcome on in. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well today in both body and mind, and I hope you enjoy your stay. You've come in just in time. We are in the midst of collecting the above the 20th percentile of Koroks today. Really? Alright. At least I thought this was land on a target for whatever reason. Okay, we've marked that one. Okay. I'm not gonna mark a Korok just yet because I know there is one. I know there's a Korok friend in the area that we need to find, and as soon as we have found that one, I will go on and mark the next 6 we need to find. What the heck? What? What? Okay, sure, game. Just inside a random rock structure. I guess it's not random, it fell from the sky, but you know what I mean. I wasn't expecting to get inside this thing. I'll take it, though. Doing better. Shiny says doing better than I was 2 days ago. Good. Good. Yeah, sorry for the concert blues and everything. I know that was definitely not a fun time. And, you know, whatever else was going on. I'm glad you're doing better compared to all of that. Okay, we're gonna go ahead. I think we basically just need to find the stable as what I'm driving at. You know, aka the object of today's thumbnail. Oh, they have crate windows on the side, but that's how you recognize there's a chest inside? Gotcha. Okay, that makes a lot of sense. I guess I approached it from the underside, so I'm like, ooh, random structure. My friend and I got separated. Yeah, you're way over there. Sure you can, friend. Sure you can move. We just need to figure out a nice way to do that. Alright, auto build time. Got a nice little cart with your name on it, friend. Oh, I pressed B instead of A. Yeah, of course that would happen. You can take this wagon and take it for a horse ride? I can do that, yeah. Should I show that off? Yeah, you know what? Let's show that off. Now is as good a time as any, I suppose. Alright, I'll be right back, my Korok friend. Let's go ahead and snap a picture. Yeah, so today's thumbnail is a draw up of the stables that are here. I gave the horse head some kooky eyes, and I put up a bit of a dust storm around it. I hope people enjoyed that. That was a fun thumbnail to make, and I learned a few things about how drawing breezes work.
Oh.
Thanks for coming in such bad weather. Hello and welcome to Tabanthan Bridge Stable. Thank you for supporting the Stable Association. Since this is your first time here, we'll add 1 point to your pony points. Yay for new harness. It looks like you got some points saved up, Link. If you want to get your reward, step up to the side counter or keep the ledger.
Oh.
And we're gonna come over and do that. Oh, hold on. That's right. If you do intend to go north to Hebra, I recommend that you take precautions against the cold. Hebra has always been a chilly region, but ever since their recent extreme cold snap, they don't even have enough to eat. You may see a Rito visitor here named Bedoli. She's come from Rito Village to stock up on food. Good to know. But I'm interested in the reward, good sir. Alright, this dialogue should be... For 13 points, you get a traveler's saddle. Oh, I should have read that. My mistake. It comes with a traveler's bridle, so here's that too. I'll read both in just a moment. If you save up just 3 more points, why, you'll be able to use their special main restyling service. We appreciate your patronage. Alright, let's read over our finds here. A standard saddle designed for comfort during long journeys. Its durable material holds strong in all sorts of weather, which has made it a favorite among travelers. And then a standard bridle. The design doesn't really stand out, which is why it's well suited to any type of horse. A favorite among peddlers and travelers alike. Cool, at least the dialogue was somewhat different this time. It wasn't like the same sentence with like only 1 or 2 words changed. But they basically said the same thing twice regardless. Yes, I've got 1 horse. My horse is amazing, and I will not hear any comment to the contrary on that. Yes, let's change the equipment. Let's put on a towing harness. And let's change the bridle. Oh, I guess we could change the saddle too, and not just the harness. Never mind, we're good here. That's a nice set of harnesses. And please ask whenever you feel like changing your horse's gear. Thanks for using the stable. Okay, yeah. And here's a little bit about horses needing horses not needing to not be at full speed in order to operate at a full gallop or being able to take turns or whatever. Okay, so you have to re-equip the harness? Really? Okay, so it's either the saddle or the harness. It's not both. Makes sense. I guess because it's in the bridle menu, right? And so because it's a bridle, or not a bridle, because it's in the saddle menu, it is a saddle. It just doesn't say it's a saddle. Yeah, let's change the saddle. All right. Towing harness it is. Nope, we're good here. Oh, you're whinnying and neighing like you want a carrot, good sir, good ma'am. Let's do that. Or you know what I could actually do is here, have a nice tasty golden apple. What are we neighing for? That's hilarious. Why is that? Why did that Korok decide to neigh? Do I want to know? All right, so this is how we attach the thing. Except we need to probably pull the entire cart for it. Ah, okay. We can do it like this.
You hear that off in the distance, my senators and inductees? That is an ad storm. In about 5 minutes, it'll blow over us, and then we can get right back to the gaming. Thanks.
Well, my lovely friends, that is the cue for the commercial break. You guys know the deal by now. 3 minutes worth of commercial break time. 3 minutes worth of stretching because FOMO is not something I induce in my audiences. And, you know, as soon as the timer is over, I'm back at my desk. You know, the breaks are also set up for me, too. Just so everybody is aware. Like, I gotta get up and stretch and, you know, keep my joints from being too stiff. Blah, blah, blah. Now, I suppose I did mention, you know, Monday that I was going to, like, a club, right? Yes, I know. There's your friend. Here you go. The club was not what I expected. It's more like a resort and not a club. So they're like hotel rooms. And, the most I could say is that the pool area was nice. The club wasn't even open when I arrived there at the place where it was. It's part of a complex, like a whole area and everything. Okay, I did punch in the right number. Good, good. Okay, let's unhitch this. And let's return you to the stable, good ma'am. You know, I'll be happy to give you a couple of regular apples once we part. And mostly, you know, it's just the state that I'm in. It's the particular state of the U.S. that I live near. There are a lot of old dudes that were there, which is fine. I don't have a problem with that. But that does in fact mean that I don't really... There's not that much to share or talk about between people that are 20, 30 years older than me and myself. But the pool is nice, the steam room is nice. I'll at least make use of those. And I'll probably give the membership a year. If I don't like the place that I've signed up for, you know, I just won't renew my membership. Not that hard. But I'm gonna give it a chance. It's my attempt at touching grass. You're here early, aren't you? Yeah, I suppose so. I want you to board Equestria, please. Goodbye. Yep. Tell me all about it. Let's chat it up with some more people. All right, then I'll take them. Oh, do you need to speak with Banji? Apologies, we were caught up in our conversation. I'm from Rito Village to the northwest. Times are tough where I'm from. Merchants aren't able to reach my village because of the blizzard. We're fortunate the kind folks from the stable are sharing their supplies with us. It's thanks to them that the children still have full bellies. Don't mention it, really. The Rito have been good neighbors to us. We're just returning the favor. You let me know if there's anything else you need, alright? I can arrange to have it sent here and then pack it up for you to carry home. Words cannot express my gratitude. There's no telling when the harsh weather at Rito Village will let up. The blizzard is still raging west of the Tabanthan Great Bridge, but thanks to your generosity, we can endure for the time being. It's the least we can do since traveling merchants can't reach your village. You need supplies and we can afford to share. Simple as that. Please, take as much as you need. I don't want any Rito children going without food. For the children, right everybody? That's what communities do. Okay, we gotta find you before... Nice of you to stop, but I will do that after the break. See you guys then. Sorry about that, everybody. I'm back. I just got back. Had to go clean out the ear canals. Everyone's got to do that sometimes. I try not to do it too much because cleaning out your ears with Q-tips or cotton swabs is not particularly good. You want to use cotton balls, and you don't want to clean the insides of your ears so much unless you've got an ear pick. If you have an ear pick, you're pretty safe to do that. If you don't have an ear pick, you're not supposed to do it. But it's the thing everybody has been doing for basically ever since cotton swabs were invented. So, you know, make of that what you will. No, I mean, hello there. Yeah, Kenyo? Really? You could be a little bit less on the nose about this, Nintendo. The children are learning how to say yo. Welcome to Tabanthan Bridge Stable. You know, you're giving off kind of a swordsman vibe. Oh, because you are one. I see. Whoa, a real life swordsman! Sorry, I said that too loud. Oh, I mean, I'm sorry, I got a little too excited there. Oh, you feel like such a flighty individual, Mr. Kenyo. My name is Kenyo. I want to be a swordsman someday, so I'm doing all this work to bulk up. Ah, the shock jock. Well, their name is Kenyo, not Kenlo. Oh my god. Yeah, okay. You're usually on point, Mr. Shiny. That one was bad, even by comparing it to mine. And I am a terrible spinster. But you at least try. You have the courage to try. And I commend that. I could not do that unless I was with my real life friend group, and then I might make terrible jokes. Give me 1 second. I hear some scratch marks at my door. I'm pretty sure that's a dog. I'll be right back. Hello there, Midnight. Would you like to come in? Okay, you can come in. Sit down. Midnight, sit down. Sit. Sit. Midnight, sit down. Come on, baby girl. Gotta cooperate. More than welcome to be in here, but I gotta have some spot where I can, you know, be seated. Good girl. Sorry, there's a thunderstorm out right now. There's no rain, it's just thunder, but that doesn't much make a difference to my lovely little black princess. My beautiful black Labrador. She is, she's spooked all the same. You've been doing this a lot lately, honey. I fear I'm gonna have to start leaving my office door open, and I'm gonna have to renegotiate what the noise looks like while I'm streaming. I don't want to do that. Sorry, I'm chatting at the dog, if you couldn't tell what I was doing. Anyone else talk at their pets? I know I do. I'm gonna be so buff someday that I won't even need a towing harness to carry lumber and stuff. Wait, towing harness? You didn't know about towing harnesses? You're gonna love them. I'll tell you all you need to know. So one of the exclusive perks for stable members is a towing harness for their horses. I do know, by the way, but I wanted to hear him say it. Wait a minute, you already have a towing harness? Towing harnesses are great. Once you've got one, you can have your horse tow a wagon or even building materials. If there's something you want to move, you should put the towing harness on your horse. Go to the counter and ask to change your horse's gear. My dad will get the harness onto your horse for you. If you ever need to build something, you can take anything you want from the building material storage area. You'll find them along the road, but just about every stable has one too. Shiny says I absolutely do. They might not understand, but the soothingness of the owner's voice definitely helps. Yeah, now I am not an owner. I mean, I guess by virtue of being in the same house and being a human being, I'm one, but technically the folks I live with are this lovely lady's owner, but I am typically the one that is responsible for discipline. I am the one that actually has to get onto the dog a lot of the time because, you know, like anyone else with their fur babies, it's hard to spoil your own dog unless it's hard to spoil your own dog, or it's hard not to spoil your own dog, I should say. It's easier to treat them like the service animal they actually are. or the companionship animal they actually are, and realize that if you don't want them to do certain things, you need to discipline them. You cannot just let them do whatever they want. It's the same thing. It's the same way with toddlers. You can't just have children running around doing whatever they feel like. You gotta lay down some rules. If I ever have kids, I have 33 years of experience to pull from for what not to let my kids get away with. And also, since I was an internet baby, you know, and I was allowed not necessarily unfettered access to the internet, but I was allowed to be around people when perhaps I should not have been. I will definitely be a lot better about curating my child's use of the internet. Like, that is just something I'm going to take with me when I do have kids of my own. Or when I go to surrogate kids is what I should say. Surrogate / adopt. Because I'm not sure I'm not sure I really qualify as a marriage material. Although, okay, we at least have the next one we can mark up, and then we can go grab some of these other Koroks. Alright, let's find the one that's near here. It's probably either right on top or right underneath, it's got to be either on top of the stable or on top of this thing. One of those two. But yeah, I have many insights that I will take with me when I become a parent for myself. You know, I would say if, because given the state of the world, I think it's just more increasingly likely that there are going to be fewer parents. But that would be taking away hope for myself just to admit reality. And I'm not in that mood yet. Can I get up there? I can. Still figuring out the range for this. Alright, I need to find the thing that this starts with. So it's not this one. It's up here. Is that where this map is telling me to go? Yeah, that's gonna be, you know, rocket power central. Ah, who remembers that kids show, Rocket Power? I do. I didn't grow up watching a whole bunch of it, but I did watch a few episodes, or more than a few as a kid. It just happened to be on the TV. It was weird. It was weird for my standards. My sibling could tell you more about it than I could. Okay, just gonna make sure. I want to be sure I'm not climbing up there until I've got the height I need to have first. Can I can. I could... Ascend just makes this type of thing so much easier, I have to say. Alright. Okay, we found it. Good. Okay, so you're gonna lead me down. Good. I was worried I was gonna have to find you, find the flower trail, you know, somewhere on ground level. It's nice that we don't have to worry about that. Yeah, so, getting back to what I was saying about my dogs, they don't see me as, you know, their friend. I am not my dog's friend. I am their... I am one of 3 people who co-own the dog. Like, our dogs, plural. And if neither of my folks are that inclined to mete out discipline, then I have to do it. You cannot just let animals do what they want in your house. You need to train them, whether by crate or by treat. You need to do that. As someone who pet sits for a living, I cannot tell you the number of times that I have met someone's pet and they're like, oh, they're the sweetest little angel, you know, they're not going to be a problem. The angel when the owner is gone. Yeah, I'm gonna rip up the owner's carpet, I'm gonna poop all over the floor, and I'm not gonna go outside when I'm told. Also, I'm not gonna eat the food that the owner set out because, you know, you're not the owner, so I'm not gonna eat from you. Oh, and I'm gonna make it really difficult for you to take me on a walk. Sorry. I know that's the cynicism talking, but people, just like people tend to oversell or, you know, rate too highly the behavior of their own children because they are not around to witness when the child is misbehaving. People are not around to witness their lovely little fur babies misbehave. And it's exactly like talk if you mention to a prospective owner that their pet might actually have done something wrong. Same thing with school children. You'll get ripped a new one for it. So you learn to keep your mouth shut. Or you take pictures so that you can show everything off. Like, why is it raining? The weather says it's sunny. All right, get down. We're gonna have to figure out a different way to get up there. I don't know by what yet, but I'm gonna have to do something. Maybe I can, like, climb up and around. Up and around and ascend through the bridge. That would be how I'd have... Actually, why am I... Oh, I know why I'm doing that. I am doing that because I haven't yet picked up the shrine for the area. I should probably do that before too long. Link. Yeah, gotta get on this exactly right. Yeah, I thought that would probably happen. Alright. Trying to see if there's a way up there. Yeah, it's just not big enough to support my weight. That's fine. Ooh, yeah, I fear I have put myself in a bit of a bind. Maybe I should travel back to the Sky Tower, and instead of making things hard on myself, how about we make things easy on myself? We could just glide there, and we could pick up the shrine. Yeah, so I treat what it stopped raining, though. This is what I'm talking about with the weather. So it was raining on one side of the loading zone, and it wasn't raining on, like, the other side of the loading zone. So I guess I just wasn't paying as much attention as I should have been. And so I teleported back for no reason. But I was definitely thinking about the raining problem more than I was thinking about where am I currently standing. Oh, well, I'm pretty confident we can get there quickly, especially with the glide armor. Look at that. See, we're making good time already, and we can even approach the shrine from behind. ooze. Yeah, that's the shrine right there. Actually, we could have even teleported to that shrine and then jumped down. All right, we're over here. All right, let's glide. Yeah, it's important that you be very ginger if you do any kind of pet work for a living. Like, you handle people's pets a lot. You need to treat it like you're talking about someone's kids, because owners get very defensive if you just come out swinging for the fences and you're honest, and you don't have evidence, like you don't have a photo or something like that. Good luck trying to show that, yeah, your dog behaves like this when you're not here, or your cat does this when you're not here, and no, I didn't make peculiar crescent-shaped claw marks in your sofa. I, in fact, did not topple over your tables and knock over your picture frames. Your pet did this. And you have to train it. You need to take it to classes. Or, you need to pet-proof your house. Oh my god, that's something else too. I have a client. I'm not going to mention them by name for security reasons, but my client that I have, that I see a lot, does not pet-proof their house. They don't. And I get it. You got a lot of knickknacks passed down from family. You wanna display those. You wanna show them off. I don't judge them for not having pet-proof their house. But they do have a, also, do I need to take a picture of this? No. Okay. We're good here. They have picture frames on the wall, and they have all kinds of glass knickknacks lying around, and they've got a Great Dane. They have a really tall dog whose tail can reach those tables. There absolutely should be nothing on those tables. At all. But not my house. They're my clients, so as far as I'm concerned, take a picture, clean up the mess, show them what happened, and provided that it didn't happen while you were awake or something, just either be prepared to replace the broken object, or, they can dock it out of your pay. One of those two things. Well done. If you're telling me how to do standing archery now, game, I get it. That's because we're heading up to Hebra. That's exactly why they're doing this. Do not fear the approaching enemies. Fire true and strike their heads. Oh, so they had a whole bunch of archers. Why did they say approaching enemies, though? That would imply that they would have been swordsmen or something. Or, typical soldiers. Instead, they were just archers. Let's see. No, I feel pretty happy about the weaponry that we have. Yeah, I feel pretty fine with everything we have. Thank you for allowing us to stock up on construct weapons, though. Itchy eyes. Itchy eyelids. Those suck to have to deal with. Anything up here? No, the combat shrines don't do that. We could just move. The chest is always right past the gate. Always. Another mighty construct bow. I will, I guess, just drop this one. I'm holding on to the dusk bow like my life depends on it. I'm gonna let this scene play out while I shut my door. One moment. Let's try that again with actually unmuted mic. Like I was saying, my folks are back in the house now, so they can keep an eye on the dog. I don't need to have my door open now. That is becoming a regular occurrence. I'm gonna see if I can't renegotiate some terms about my office door. When the stream is over, of course, and not a moment before. I want to thank you guys again for hanging out with me today. You guys have been awesome. I apologize that the commentary has been a little lackluster today on my part. Mainly because even though we've talked about a couple of different subjects, and we have gotten to the target of today's thumbnail, that being the stable, there still isn't that much for me to share, and I could only share so much about the club that I mentioned on Monday's stream. Oh, I guess something I could say is, and I've said this on Discord as well, but I'm gonna say it live in case people aren't on the Discord. I do deeply apologize for what happened on for yesterday. I had intended to wake up at like 6 or 7 o'clock last night to stream, but I was very tired. Also, I had like I had a lot of bread, which I don't know if you guys know this, but did you know that U.S. bread is has a lot of azitocarbamide in it? It's a sleep agent. Hey there, David Green. Welcome on in. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well in both body and mind today. Hope you enjoy your stay. That's a nice number you've written there, 67. But my question to you, if and you don't mind my asking, and I hope everything is all right in your slice of terra firma today, but what is your level of experience with Tears of the Kingdom, excuse me? I am new-ish to the game myself, but I am a Breath of the Wild veteran. I am familiar with the game engine. I am not so familiar with like the unique mechanics and puzzles sometimes. It's right here. I'm always curious about my audience's experience with the game. That said, if people want to come in and lurk too, that is totally fine. That is not a call to start talking. That is just a, I totally get people wanting to just tune something on and work. If I'm ever doing thumbnail editing, I have been trying to lurk in streams, or I'll have a video up in the background while I do it, because I need something else besides abject silence to fuel my creativity. I've had game OSTs on, I've had synthwave on, I've had tutorials running in the background, which I don't know how well this is gonna show. I have shown it up. I have displayed this twice. It might show up okay in the combined chat box here, but I did draw this emote this morning. That's what I spent the spare time from yesterday's missed stream doing, is working on this. I finished it this morning and uploaded it on Twitch. I apologize that the YouTube folks can't have it. At least not while I'm not, you know, YouTube partner. It kind of stinks that you guys don't have the same emote infrastructure, but you know, at least it's visible. And I'm pretty happy with what I drew. Is it the best thing ever? No, it's not. I'm not a photo artist. I'm not someone who does art for a living. I'm someone who plays video games as a side hustle, watches pets and houses in real life, and mayhaps when he has the time. The powdery scales of this butterfly's wings cool the air near it. Watching it flutter around snowflakes is a thing of beauty. Cook it with monster parts for heat resistance elixir. I am not someone who, or I'm sorry, I was saying, when I've got the spare time, I may perhaps even work on, you know, world building for my novel for when I actually start writing one. I've got like a thing that doesn't bring me much money, followed by two things that are effectively hobbies for me. Even if I wish they were more than that, they are, for all intents and purposes, hobbies, and I enjoy them. I enjoy my hobbies, and I enjoy what I do. Testy, it has its moments, but I do enjoy it. So the most art that I could say I've learned is that I learn what the minimum I need to draw in order to do Photoshop things with it. Am I a struggling artist? Is that what my life has spun out to? Sorry, I'm having like a midlife realization somewhere. And the realization bothers me. Why is there... It's like over here. Alright. Alright, game. Sure. Where is our Korok friend, since that's what we're dealing with here? Oh, it's... I have gone way too far south, is what that is. Alright. Another one? Alright, come with me. Because obviously the materials we need are not even over here. They're over here. It's another one of these. I need to... Ooh, I wonder though. Can I like... I don't think I have anything for... No, I do. We went to the Sky Isle and had that built. That's right. Alright, good sir. No, I don't want to auto-build. Thank you, but no. There we go. Rudimentary hovercraft away. See, this one controls a lot better. Okay. One rickety flight and some zonite later, and we have gotten our Korok friend. That's way better than the stakes, I'm not gonna lie. The stakes are a good zonite device. Don't get me wrong. The stakes are great, but I have not yet found a use for them outside of, like, holding things together or as a temporary stopgap. Okay, we can now mark that one off our lovely little object map. Oh man, it is nice to be able... No, I didn't want to talk to you again. Thank you, but no. Might as well... Okay, so in case there are people here that have not heard my explanation for the tiers yet, I am going to try to do these tiers in sequence. So here in the Illumeni Plateau is Tier of the Dragon number 6. I want to wait on that until we've had the other 5 tiers first. And in order. So if people are wondering why I maybe perhaps am ignoring these, I'm going to run across the little glyph because, you know, being on the glyph does nothing. You have to interact with the pool in order to interface with the memory. I sure to God hope that is the case. And we also have to take a picture of said geoglyph, I think, maybe? Why else would... Oh. Well, hello there. Yeah, let's not interact with that. Why are you two here? Link, hello. Have you perhaps discovered geoglyphs in other regions, Link? Well, if it isn't Link. So you're investigating geoglyphs too, then. How diligent of you. Ah, right. The little balloon we can't, like, interface with. Shiny says, stakes you use mainly in composition with wings to protect the campfire from rain. Ah, good idea. As well as a foundation you can build new contraptions on. Yeah, so you can hold up a specific like panel or something, and not have the panel fall over all the time. That makes a lot of sense, actually. Is it this rock? Hey, at least it fits this time. Okay, we're gonna put a star here. Or actually, we're gonna put this little stamp here so that I know to come back to this when the time is right. When we collect this next Korok, I would actually like to take a second and detour and go back to an island that we saw in the sky earlier. We were already there. We had found a sage's secret on that island, and there was a time puzzle related to that. I figured out what we need to do to get that, to get the other chest. And then we can kind of go back to what we were doing on the surface. Also, you would recommend using them on Sky Islands because then the stakes are high. Whenever my soundboard feels like functioning today. Is that a... No, that looks like a... Oh. That's such a distraction, though. I'm sure that'll be there later if I really need it. Or want it. I want it, though, is the problem. We're gonna ignore that. We're gonna get to doing what we were supposed to do. Our very own Punster, everybody. Thank you for your wonderful jokes. I am not so skilled. Hey there, Onmal. Welcome on in. Good to see you. Welcome back. I don't even think so, Mr. Stall Enemy. Absolutely not. This one was at least decent. Yeah, it was shiny. Good to see you on Mal. Hopefully you're doing well in both body and mind, and I hope you enjoy your stay. You've come in just in time. We're in the midst of collecting more Koroks, and we have breached the... What am I getting sniped by? I think it might have been that chest I was passing over earlier. Yeah, it sure is. We have breached the 21% mark on Koroks. Alright, you guys want to, you know, shoot your shot with me? Well, I've got bad news for you. It's time for you to face your rejection. Don't even think about it. Okay, but I do want that horse to, like, come back. Oh, that one just has a towing harness on it. Okay. Hello? Oh, this horse just has a harness on it from the start, and you can't get rid of it. Okay, all I need you to do is stand still for a second, Mr. Horse. This one isn't glued, yes. See, it feels like you should just be able to break the bond between objects, but, you know, I guess it's an ultra hand. It's not a molecular hand, you know? We 3D print things here, and we break up 3D print craft projects. We don't molecularly tear the bonds apart from something. Willing to bet the last one's up that tree, or on that tree. Alright. Good. Okay, so we're gonna mark 6 more Koroks, but before we go deal with said Koroks, I am going to go back to that island I mentioned before. Let's see, are there any more within the border? No, the last one that is before crossing the Great Bridge is at the lake at Linder's Brows on Mount Rome. So we're gonna put a mark here. I thought that might happen. 1 second, everybody. I am having some sound issues, or the capture card has decided it wants to be a problem. There we go. On Mount asks, have you started doing a dungeon yet? Nope. Still doing Korok stuff. Okay, so my plan is once we get to Hebra, we're going to do the exact same thing that we did in Breath of the Wild. We're going to handle the phenomena first. When we actually reach Hebra and we go to the, you know, the appropriate tower and discover the map and everything, we will do the phenomena first so that that isn't on our plate anymore.
I shall place the sorting hat on your head and you will be sorted into your houses.
Okay, I will, and hello there, Michael DS. Good to see you, good sir. Go ahead and put that there. And I know to maybe wear the hat for an extra 30 seconds. That I'll just re-toggle the hat timer when we're ready. But yeah, still doing Korok stuff. And hopefully you're doing well, Mr. Michael DS, in both body and mind, and hope you enjoy your stay. Nice fedora. Thank you. Thank you. I much appreciate it. Trilbies are fedoras, but not all fedoras are trilbies, is the easy way to think about that. And then Onmouse says that sound thing happens to me a lot. Sometimes it only delays and you need to restart your PC. That's fair. For me, it's a capture card thing. Sometimes the capture card just stops working. It'll freeze. It's because it runs a lot. So, you know, eventually it like heats up to the point that it stops working. I don't know why it does this. Other than, again, it runs a lot. I could probably unhook the capture card and then it'll turn off. But I'm lazy. It's like one of the few instances where I can legitimately cite my laziness. It's the actual reason I don't unhook everything, because unhooking things is a nightmare. In fact, it's such a nightmare that it's just because I don't have an internal capture card for my gaming PC to hook up to my streaming PC. It's the only reason why it's like this. I have a little notice taped to my wall that I can't help but see every time I stream that says, hey, Wisecrack, don't even think about swapping cables on one of the ports. Make sure you look at the port before you start unhooking HDMI cables. If I get an internal capture card, I could take that notice away. But until then, I gotta make sure I don't make the mistake of just unwittingly unhooking the HDMI in that connects my capture card or connects my console to the... What was that? What just... Sorry, I felt something on my back. Anyway, between the display on my capture card and the console visual display, that port. Okay, it's like right here. We'll kind of know when we get there. Next one is on the opposite side of the Great Bridge, which is what I figured would happen. Now, of course, you know, once we do the Korok stuff, we still got to go back and actually explore the underground. So I would maybe surmise there's like 2 to 3 streams before we head to Hebra. But once we get to Hebra, you know, we will lock in, promise. Let's go ahead and mark this one. And then we'll mark another one, which is like, where is it? It's like right over here. I wish I could zoom in one more time on this map. It really stinks not being able to zoom in like I can on the object map. And I guess it's like next one is somewhere over here. Okay, I have marked all of them. Now we're going to head over to Sky. And we're going to go back... We're going to go back to this island over here. I've been thinking about, sorry, I didn't mean to yell into the mic there. We have people that have not seen the emote yet. I'm going to flash this as often as necessary until people see it. I whipped that up this morning. I think it looks pretty good. It took me several hours and a couple drawing tutorials to figure out how I wanted to draw it, but I'm pretty happy with it. Of course, there's always room to make a better one, but you know, this gives me the opportunity to talk about this a fair bit. Tornadoes. There are drawing tutorials all over the place for them, but actual, like, animation tutorials are not really a thing. It's like, let me put this over a little closer to there. It's really hard. There's like a couple, but most of them are just Photoshop tutorials, or someone used, you know, GIMP to draw one in 10 seconds or something. Like a really, Just your standard curly Q squiggle tornado, not a proper moving one. Which I guess makes sense because actually drawing a real tornado and animating it is very hard. I get it. That's the kind of thing you go to school for. But still, it would be nice to animate something more than pixels. Nice, I got it better. Yeah, so like I can't replace the bit badge with that because you can't make animated, you can't turn GIFs into bit badges or subscriber badges, but this is my replacement for the spinning pride coin. That is gone. We still have the pride strikes because trans rights are human rights, and you know, this is an LGBT space. Even if perhaps I choose not to stand under the umbrella, I will at least still make sure I have an umbrella ready for everyone else. I'll just hold it away from me. But the other one was just it was animated using the Twitch's Easy Animate feature. So it's like people could very obviously tell it wasn't like a custom animation or anything. We're gonna like I gotta be able to like glide to this. We're gonna see if I can't do it like this. Dang it. Oh, at least we have another one we can try for. We did lose a fairy between now and then, so replacing them is good. You know, whenever I can stop flubbing up the controls for 5 seconds. Okay. So people were wondering how I did this before. Or we got the first part. We did that through rewind, but just gonna go ahead and grab that real quick. I'm gonna take another log. I'm gonna chop a tree down so we have another one. That way we have it for the other one. Do I usually wear hats? No, they mess with my hair. My dad wears a lot of hats because he's balding. I mean, I'm hair thinning too. So, like, my time to wear hats is coming, but I don't usually wear them. Except if if I'm feeling really festive, I might wear one. But I grew up with people wearing baseball caps. I do have a baseball cap lying around here somewhere, but it's got like you know, Christian slogans on it, so I don't feel particularly comfortable showing that off on camera. That is my I'm out fishing and I need a sun visor hat. That is not for public display. I guess I can turn around and ask that question to everyone else too. Do you guys wear hats? And if so, how often? You've heard my answer. I wear them not at all. And I believe Michael DS, you went to... I missed your comment earlier. I'm so sorry. Michael DS says that they were a streamer. You wouldn't have this specific redeem because you don't have hats. I wouldn't have one either if I didn't have any hats. But I do have hats. So... And since I wear formal clothes and I wear, you know, a fedora looks pretty nice with my formal wear, aka a trilby hat. That's what I have. I have 2 trilbies. You know, I can wear them. I would like a few more trilbies, actually, so I have a rotating color palette of hats, but that requires money, which I don't currently have. Michael DS goes on to reiterate they hardly have any hats. Fair. And Shiny says, you have like 3 different bucket hats you bought recently, one for each clothing style you have. Ooh, that's a great follow-up question. How would you guys describe your style of dress? I wear collared formal shirts. I also wear spring shirts. And if I'm not wearing formal pants, you know, I'm usually wearing sweats when I'm at the house. Or, you know, I just wear stuff that doesn't have holes in it. A lot of my shorts have holes in them, and I have not thrown them out. So those are like lounging workwear shorts. Sorry, that isn't a call to pity me or anything. I'm just explaining, you know, if the hole isn't too egregious, I don't just toss away clothes. I can't afford to just do that. If I had the money, though, I would not keep around clothes that have holes. Guaranteed. And I'm not proficient enough with a needle to sew on patches, or else I'd do that. Okay, so what we want to do is lift this up for like 5-6 seconds. Rewind. And while that's happening, I need to not be a spaz when that's happening. Michael Diaz says you only have a cap that you never wear. Fair enough. And you know, not everyone has to like hats, right? Not everyone has to like, you know, has to have the capacity to wear hats. It's perfectly okay if you have things in your wardrobe you never use. You know, just don't have a whole bunch of it. You know, don't have a whole bunch of stuff in your wardrobe like me that you have grown out of and can't wear or won't wear anymore because it has holes, or you know, you just have gotten real tired of wearing it. Okay, I have done this incorrectly. I could have sworn I did this off camera, actually. It was one of the few things I've saved and, like, done off camera. Let me try holding it for longer. I might not be giving myself enough time yet. Or enough time at all. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay. Give it a second for the water to drain, so that gives me time to grab it. No, I don't want to glue it to that. Oh, well, you know what? That works too. That was not the way I had drawn it up when I did this off camera and then reloaded it. Because I was just curious if I was going to have to wait until after I got a power or something to come back. But it's nice to know that that in fact is not the case. We're going to bring this guy all the way over. And now we're going to do the same thing here. We're just going to let all this water drain out. There are like a litany of methods you could use to achieve this, but the point is to just drain the water. And there we go. Michael Diaz says, I usually wear jeans or jean pants or some form of jeans and a basic clean t-shirt. A clean one usually. Yeah. You don't want to just... You don't wear dirty tees unless you're doing yard work. If you're doing yard work, yeah, don't bother soiling perfectly good clothes, but... What, you mean clean, not on the sense of dirty? Clean clothes, but not in the sense of dirty. Like they've been pressed or something? Well, I mean, that doesn't really change the calculus. This doesn't change the calculus for anything. What do I want to drop for this? Yeah, so I guess I'll put a new opal in this. Sure, we can do that. Like without much. Ah, okay. So when a plain t-shirt was a good descriptor for that. Okay, okay. So it doesn't have logos. Yeah, a lot of my shirts don't have logos on them. Where are my opals? Ah, yes, right here. Perfect for all of your fusion needs with magic rods. But of course it is clean as well, of course. Absolutely fair. Yeah, so this was something I did bump into off camera. I mentioned this like 2 or 3 episodes ago. But I put an opal on a magic rod and I'm like, wait, what? Wait, what? There are water rods? Turns out, yes, there are water rods. But we got the treasure on this. That's good. We can now finally go back and wrap up for today's episode, because we are about out of time. But we did get to where we wanted to get to today. You didn't know the word for it? That's fine. People would say like an unadorned t-shirt. Or a non-emblazoned t-shirt, you know, something with no prints or logos or stamps on it. That's usually what people use to mean a plain shirt. If you don't hear the words a plain t-shirt. Shiny says you go either super comfy with oversized hoodies. My sibling does this a lot. It's like a really comfy, clothing style for them. Sometimes you wear more formal unbuttoned shirts on top of a basic t-shirt. Most of the time you like your denim or leather jackets and jeans. The not the greaser look, but definitely a look that could be a greaser look. I would, to be quite honest, if I were in a bit better shape, you know, I probably would be the person to wear that. I actually have a leather jacket that I used to be able to wear pretty easily. I don't know if I could, you know, swing the white t-shirt without being, you know, in good shape, but, you know, I have a photo, or I'm pretty sure my dad has a photo of me as a kid, and I was wearing a jacket and jeans. Of course, my tastes have evolved, and a lot of people would call me a dainty person. I'm a man of letters. I like my cloth. I like my silks. I like my gold watches. I am a man who likes formal clothes because I feel better wearing them. I feel like I'm presentable in formal clothes. Perhaps there's some more subtle psychological thing to it, but I like wearing formal clothes. I'll even wear them if it's hot. You know, just do what I'm doing and maybe unbutton a shirt or something, unbutton a button or something. You know, something to make it a little bit more tolerable. And of course, you never, ever, ever wear formal clothes unless you're wearing an undershirt. Let's see, can I maybe show it? Yeah, right here. You do not wear button-up shirts without an undershirt. You know, I get it. If it's hot, do what you got to do to survive. But if you're wearing a formal shirt specifically to be presentable in public, which is what I typically wear the formal clothes for, you know, I play dress up for you guys. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. If I'm on camera, I'm going to dress up nice. If I'm going out somewhere, I'm going to dress up nice. Then you wear a button up so that you don't have revealing things in the formal wear somewhere. Michael Diaz says if you wear a leather jacket here, you'd melt. Fair. Yeah. I could definitely imagine down in South America, it is definitely hot. Michael Diaz then goes on to say, I like formal clothes as well. Kindred spirit, but you don't like button-up shirts. Fair. If I could, to be quite honest, and like we're just having a nice good conversation before we wrap up for today. If I could have the button-up look, like with the collar, but you know, my formal shirt was a zip-up, I'd take it. I do not like buttons. Now, do I still want buttons on my cuffs? Yeah. Why? Cufflinks. You can put cufflink. You can replace your buttons with cufflinks. If you want fancy, bedazzled, bejeweled cufflinks, your buttons are how that happens. But just buttons on the front end of the shirt, give me a zipper. Give me a zipper. I think you could do it. Just make the shirt material a bit thicker. But that's just me personally. Shiny says you usually wear dark clothes. Fair. But you always make sure to include some colorful accessories. Colors are just amazing. Can't give up on those. Yeah, I totally get that. I don't know. For me, I could do either. I've worn black clothes and I've worn colorful clothes. I can do both. I think I have a preference for colors though. Michael Diaz says you need to study now. See ya. Thank you so much for stopping by, Mr. Michael Diaz. And thank you again for your continued subscription. It really does help. You have been awesome. Study well, my senator and inductee, and please rest well. And I hope to see you again sooner rather than later. I'll be wrapping up some finishing sentences, and then we will head out from here. Shiny says you can never go fully formal. You have to bring something that breaks that formal look just a tiny bit, like funny socks. I have a client that's like that. He has formal clothes, but he used to break it up with like funny ties. You know, the kind that have like stick figures or South Park figures on them, or you know, his ties, which I've inherited since then because he can't wear them, are really colorful. And yeah, he's former military, so a lot of his socks are in neutrals: white, beiges, browns, gray. But the socks that do break parity, that do add color, he usually have patterns on them. Usually. It's pretty interesting. It's a pretty interesting way to break up the formal look. Oh, and about socks. You break symmetry with socks a lot, actually. So you probably, your cuffs don't go all the way to your legs, right? Yeah, that checks out. How else would you break up the symmetry with socks? That's cool. I usually like my socks plain. I don't like people looking at my feet, and I feel like if I wear patterned socks, people are going to look at my feet. Not just that, different colors count too. Oh, so you purposely mismatch your socks too? Would that be accurate? Maybe not, like, obviously not if you're wearing like just a traditional pair of socks. I'm specifically referring to you breaking up the formal look or some other look with colored socks. You do intentionally mismatch them to break it up with more color. While we are waiting on the answer to said question, senators and inductees, you guys have been awesome. Deliberate mismatching. Okay, good. I'm glad I got the parlance on that correct. My name is Coinstamp. This has been another episode of Breath of the Wild. Tears of the Kingdom. Damn it. I did it again. Breath of the Wild lives in my head rent-free now. I have done it so much that it lives in my head rent-free as just like a thing I say now sometimes. Damn it. Anyway, I am so sorry. This outro is certainly an outro of all time. Before we go, I have a few bookkeeping things I want to get out of the way. First, as a reminder, in case anyone has not seen the Discord message yet, I have put our next game vote on the Discord server. It is in the voting on content channel. There are 10 options to choose from. I have pared down the options a bit in an effort to keep things less confusing. There are 10 votes. It is a ranked choice vote. Please pick any and all of them that you wish to see. Just note that streamer's choice, the last option, can, and in fact sometimes does, mean I get to pick something out of that list of options too. So a vote for me to pick is a vote for me to pick any of the other options as well. It's kind of like a duplicate vote. Something I'll make sure I've put on the Discord server, but I haven't mentioned it yet in order to avoid confusing people, is the vote. You technically can vote for one option more than once, I think. I have not tested it yet. I might make a test vote to be sure, but that's not what a ranked choice vote is. Please, 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 I'm begging on my hands and knees, like my life depends on it. Please don't put more than one vote in an option. I would hate to have to close the poll early and then redo it because someone did that. Because I'm pretty sure that's how the polling bot works. I don't want to have to do that. But just in case you're like, I would like to change my vote. Wait, why is there an extra vote here? That's why, because you can vote more than once. But since you can vote more than once, I cannot also let you change your vote X number of times. That's not allowed. So the reaction votes are a little bit weird. Again, I'll explain this once the stream has ended. The other bit of bookkeeping before I head out. This mainly pertains to people on YouTube, but it also is something I have pointed out on my Discord server. I have made a channel called the AMA Room. You guys may or may not have noticed that. I am looking to put together an AMA as a 100 subscriber milestone. Nobody has put any questions yet, which is really, I don't blame anyone. I mean, I don't want to pressure anyone. That's an AMA that relies on comments can basically be taken as, I don't have any content ideas, so give me some content. Like, it can reek of desperation. So I do get that, and I'm not entitled to people's questions. I just want to really put the notice out there that Discord channel in my server is there. I am taking questions there. I'll probably give it another week or two. And if nobody has put any kind of question in there, I will find another way to commemorate the 100 subscriber milestone. I will probably make a special video for that. But 2 questions per person. You know, I'll take more if I don't have a whole bunch, but 2, assuming everyone does participate, is what I'm going to take. The description for that and all the procedures for that are in my announcements channel. Just look there. That is going to cover the bookkeeping. As for the algorithmic stuff, or you know, where can you find my links? Please check underneath the video player on Twitch for Linktree. And please also check in the description for the Linktree as well. Both will take you to my Discord server, Coffee, Patreon, you name it. Feel free to dig around with all of that and, you know, have fun by yourselves. Now, my good Twitch associate Monkey Funk is raiding, so or it is streaming right now. He looks to be streaming some Metal Gear Solid 2. So if you guys like that sort of thing, definitely go give him a follow on Twitch. For you guys on YouTube, I won't hold you any further or anything. Let me do like 3 things at once here. You guys have been awesome. For you guys on YouTube, I hope to see you guys back sooner rather than later. You're welcome here anytime, of course. And with that, we're gonna go ahead and begin the raid out for the Twitch peeps. Of course, you guys do not have to participate in that if you don't want to, but you do get channel points if you do. So I really recommend that you do. I don't know why I whispered that, but still. Just gonna log into my computer and do technical things. Let's go ahead and get that shout out and stuff set up. Going to try to do this rating thing more often so that, we could build up some rapport and I can expose you guys to some other people that have been making content as well. I promise it is all worthwhile. But you guys have been the best. This has been another episode of Tears of the Kingdom. You guys, my senators, my inductees, my loyal audience, you're more than welcome here anytime. Do stay safe out there. Take care of yourselves. I'll see you next time. And with that, goodbye.